Evanston's groundbreaking reparations program is now facing a legal challenge. The program is aimed at addressing housing discrimination and segregation that took place in the northern suburb from 1919 to 1969. The city's original plan was to distribute funds to eligible black households in the form of $25,000 payments for home repairs, down payments, or interest or late penalties owed to the city. The measure has since expanded to include direct cash payments that can be used at recipients' discretion. But that program is now under fire as a class action lawsuit is challenging the city's use of race as an eligibility requirement. Joining us now with more.
Reparations is now on the front burner everywhere. And as usual, the usual suspects are jumping up and making a full frontal assault. Very glad to see that you've gotten real scared over there on the white supremacist side. The Black Channel is live. Unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, and the everlasting super fortress of intelligent black thought. We are the Black Media, and this is the Black Channel, and I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the voice of Black America, the Black Authority, broadcasting to you live from the only historically black college university of higher education and learning in the cosmos. You are, of course, welcome to join us. And join us you shall, because on tonight's program, folks, I've been telling you here for the longest time, in case anybody was wondering, in case anybody was looking there, in case anybody was thinking we were flying below the radar, in case you were deceived into thinking that they did not notice us. Oh, hell yeah. Not only have they noticed us, not only has movement been made, not only is it happening, the usual suspects, the historical enemies, are jumping up to let you know, oh, white supremacists believe in killing babies. It's been their modus operandi for centuries. They believe it's a core strategy to attack babies, to assault children. And reparations is simply an infant in the crib. And they are going directly at the throat of an infant in the crib because this is what they do. The article on your screen here is from CNN. And as you can see from the headline, reparations have become the latest target for conservative activists. You should be saying white supremacists, right-wingers. Advocates say they are prepared to fight back. We've been prepared to fight because, of course, they are not going to give it to you. Steve Harvey waits for white folk to give him something. We ain't talking about anybody giving us anything. We're here to take what belongs to us and what is ours, period. So what I want to start with here, up here in Illinois, I want to go into this right quick here. This is from WTTW, fair use, by the way, YouTube, fair use. And I wanted to go ahead and get into this before we go into the full scope of what we're talking about here tonight. So some of you may have heard about this before. In Evanston, they were one of the places to talk about. Basically, it's a housing voucher, although they've started to migrate. So Professor Darity would have been well served to not jump to conclusions. By the way, they've actually migrated in Evanston. They've migrated from just giving some housing assistance to direct payments. So they've slowly begun to migrate, which was smart in their regard. And exactly what these other folks are scared and terrified to death of. People who, when black folk are gunned down by police, murdered en masse by white supremacists, housing discrimination against us, you can't find any of these things. So these are not conservative legal outlets. These are white power legal advocates, is what they are. These are white power legal advocates, white privilege legal advocates. If you cannot show where they have gone to bat for black folk against white supremacy and systemic racism against black folk, then call them what they are. These are white power and white privilege legal advocates is what they are. I want to go ahead and play some of this for you here. Fair use YouTube, by the way.
Discretion. But that program is now under fire as a class action lawsuit is challenging the city's use of race as an eligibility requirement. Joining us now with more are one of the attorneys representing the plaintiffs in the lawsuit, attorney Christine Svensson.
She looks like a soggy marshmallow. I mean, she looks like a melting marshmallow up here. Her life looks miserable. Her clothes are tacky. She looks a mayo mess. She looks like Miss Stay Puft Marshmallow. If the Michelin Man was a neck, that would be her. So you can take a look at her. Her life is miserable. Her life is terrible. She went to school and became an attorney somewhere. And of course, you can see how pathetic she is as a person. So,
city's use of race as an eligibility requirement. Joining us now with more are one of the attorneys representing the plaintiffs in the lawsuit, attorney Christine Svensson. And joining us via Zoom, Justin Hansford, a law professor at Howard University. We should mention we did invite the city of Evanston, but they declined to join, but said in a statement, quote, "We will vehemently defend any lawsuit brought against our city's reparations program." I thank the two of you, Christine and Justin, for joining us. Christine Svensson, let's start with you, please. What is the legal argument against the reparations program?
So first of all, Brandis, I just want to thank you for having.
Oh no, I'm going in.
Will vehemently defend any lawsuit brought against our city's reparations program. I thank the two of you.
Oh, you want to talk about Big Back? All right, the sister over there is looking kind of trim, but look at old Gertrude over there on the right-hand side. Boy, I'm telling you. I'm trying to remember how Jabba the Hutt talked. How did Jabba the Hutt talk in Return of the Jedi? I'm having trouble, channeling that to figure out. But you talk about a big back, bare back built white supremacist. You take a look at that. Good grief. That doesn't look like a blazer. That looks like a billboard. Where in the hell is she shopping at? Bass Pro Shops?
Thank you, Christine and Justin, for joining us. Christine Svensson, let's start with you, please. What is the legal argument against the reparations program?
So first of all, Brandis, I just want to thank you for having me. I filed this lawsuit in conjunction with Judicial Watch, Inc., which is a government accountability law firm based in Washington, D.C.
Who has never held the government accountable for anything that it's done to black people, but don't let that get in your way.
And I'd also like to state for the record that the evils of slavery and more recently the evils of redlining are terrible things, and they're extremely, I understand why the city of Evanston did this to redress those wrongs. However.
And what have you and Judicial Watch done about them? Well, I think they're terrible. Oh, great. And you're very good at filing lawsuits. What did you do about it all this time? You've acknowledged it. What did you do? Oh, I'm here to make sure it continues. Okay.
The problem is that the city of Evanston has now put themselves in the business of choosing winners and losers because they are using race as a proxy to make government handouts, and that is violative of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment.
When you're dealing with white supremacists, suspected white supremacists, when you're dealing with them, you got to understand truth and reality means nothing to them. They're used to privilege. They're used to having their way. We're white and we say so. Ain't no discrimination against black people. We need to protect the white folks. Well, if you all have been around all this damn time, where have you been? Black folk have needed class action protection against chemical companies, Elon Musk. We can go down the list, and you all have been silent. White privilege has been the biggest affirmative action program in the history of mankind, and yet these folks have never said, you know what, we can't do that. It's violation of 14th Amendment. That nothing at all. Black folk getting victimized, redlined, and everything else. Oh, that's just terrible over there. Well, are you all going to file a lawsuit? No, not really. Don't see any issue right here. But when you show up, all of a sudden we're mobilized. Do you see that when they say as white people, we're losing everything, that's what they mean. We're losing the ability to victimize you. We're losing our privileges. We're using unfair competition. We're losing that. If these folks had any sort of legitimacy, they'd have been out there working in the fields for us decades ago. They're the only ones who've gotten a handout. And she's like, yes, we're suing to make sure that we continue getting our handouts.
Now, according to the lawsuit, you all say remedying societal discrimination is not a compelling governmental interest.
That's right. The U.S. Supreme Court has stated so definitively.
Now, did you hear that? Remedying racism is not in the government's interests. I mean, now, could you have a more white supremacist statement than that?
Government handouts, and that is violative of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment.
Now, according to the lawsuit, you all say remedying societal discrimination is not a compelling governmental interest.
That's right. The U.S. Supreme Court has stated so definitively in Richmond versus Crowson.
The Supreme Court also talked about Dred Scott. So if we're going to quote the Supreme Court, the same Supreme Court that brought us Dred Scott, y'all, she just sat there and told you, well, the government doesn't have a compelling reason to fight discrimination in society. So in other words, if we beating up on you niggas, well, the government needs to just stand back and let us do it. This is where all these white supremacist ideologies come from, being, quote, anti-government, states' rights. When they talk about states' rights, now, this is what I meant by reparations is the issue that's backed these devils against the wall. Now they got to just come out and say it. That there's nothing wrong with discrimination against black folk. And that the government is the only thing that's been stopping them. And we need to get the government out of the way. And once we get the government out of the way, now we're free to discriminate against you and brutalize you and oppress you the way we want to do. But she just sat there and said that, well, the government doesn't have a compelling interest in stopping discrimination. Excuse me, don't we have a constitutional right against discrimination? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of property? How can you do that if you're being discriminated against? So do you see how lawyers like this lie? How can you protect my rights if you're going to say we don't have a right to stop discrimination against me? We don't have a right to do that. You have a right to everything except not being victimized. You don't have a right against that. Leave it up to the free market, individuals like her, first order of business. All right, I'm here to discriminate against you. And now that pesky little government's out the way, Emmett Till.
14th Amendment.
Now, according to the lawsuit, you all say remedying societal discrimination is not a compelling governmental interest.
That's right. The U.S. Supreme Court has stated so definitively in Richmond versus Crowson. That was, I believe, in 1989. They considered it's not this exact issue, but basically, and of course it's been revisited with the affirmative action case, the students for free admissions case that recently was handed down. That decision was handed down last year. And the Supreme Court has repeatedly said that they are not in the business of remedying societal discrimination.
Justin.
Okay, if that's the case, then they shouldn't be ruling on any of these because by them speaking at all, that's affecting, quote, societal discrimination. Who the hell decides if it's discrimination? Who decides that? What happened to the Supreme Court saying that they would leave things alone with the legislative body? It was like, oh, except when we see it benefiting you black folk, then we gonna step in.
Hansford, I want to get you in here. What is your reaction to this lawsuit and to parts of Christine's argument?
Sure. So, this is a bigger conversation around the meaning of the 14th Amendment. There are some people who believe that on July 9th, 1868, when the 14th Amendment was passed, that there was no specific effort to try to use that 14th Amendment to reintegrate formerly enslaved people into American society or to advocate for the end of racial injustice specifically by identifying those who had been harmed by racism and providing a remedy for that. Some people say that instead, the 14th Amendment said we should close our eyes and be blind to race. And that's a big mistake in terms of reading the 14th Amendment. Here we see the mistake that continues to bear rotten fruit with this idea that you cannot provide a particular remedy for not a broad societal harm in an abstract way, which is what people are saying happened in Evanston, but we have a very particularized, concrete report done by the city of Evanston.
All right, folks, I said it here last night and I'll say it here again. This is why the academics can't really weigh in on these conversations. Rather than him getting down to brass tacks, he wants to sit up here and do what they do in their classrooms and talk in these elevated circles without getting to the point right here saying this is how white supremacists try to rationalize creating institutional racism. Just take it right to her damn neck. Where has you and Judicial Watch been for all the stuff that's been happening to us for the last 100 years? Where the hell have you been? If that's what you're concerned about, just come out and say, hey, we're a white power legal group and we're here to support and defend white power. Now, that's what the hell you're supposed to do. He's sitting up here talking because the truth of the matter is he don't know what to do. The truth of the matter is he doesn't know what to do. So many of these folks out here, they go get degrees and the news media brings them up here and whatnot, and then they stay up here and start bench babbling. But he doesn't know what to do. All he can do is sit there and squall. These other folk are up here filing damn mean lawsuits, and all he can do is sit up here and babble. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Want to go a little bit further with it right here. So you got CNN for the article I was referring to here before. Reparations have become the latest target for conservative activists. Advocates say they're prepared to fight back. So I want to go into this right here and read this article for you because there's something for you to learn based on what you just saw there. There is something for you to learn. It says here that a conservative group's lawsuit against the reparations program in Evanston, Illinois, that provides some black residents with cash payments and housing assistance, has left advocates for reparations worried this could be the first of many attacks on their efforts to redress the harms of slavery, segregation, and systemic racism in the United States. Well, here's the thing. Those of us in intelligent black society, those of us in the real reparations movement who've actually made progress in this area here, we were prepared for this some time ago. And what we've been doing is being prepared some time ago. That we knew this was what they were going to say. So we're not folks sitting up here in their classrooms, sitting up here rambling their way through things. We're the smart folk, and we've actually predicted and anticipated what their counter arguments would be. And so that's why our thrust has been from a different angle. We'll get to that. The complaint filed against the city last month by Judicial Watch claims Evanston's program violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment and asked the court to declare the city's use of race as an eligibility requirement for participation in the program to be unconstitutional. The argument follows a legal strategy frequently employed by conservative activists to attempt to undercut programs dedicated to addressing racial disparities in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn affirmative action in college admissions. As the nation prepares to observe Juneteenth, the federal holiday on June 19th that commemorates the end of slavery in the U.S., reparations advocates tell CNN they are bracing for potentially more lawsuits against their programs, but stand firm in their commitment to finding ways to rectify the centuries of racism black Americans and their families have endured. That was why we said it can't be just black Americans. You can't do that because they already telegraphed to us years ago that racial privileges for white folk, and since they're the judges, they'll say anything that benefits white folk, oh, that's legit. Anything that benefits, quote, black people, oh, well, you can't do that. So we only fight discrimination. We only call it discrimination if it benefits black people. If it benefits white folk, it can be whatever. Under the Evanston Reparations Program, black residents who lived in the city between 1919 and 1969, as well as their direct descendants, can apply for up to $25,000 in housing assistance, CNN previously reported. The program was established in 2019 and amended last year to provide the option of a direct cash payment. Robin Root, now that's when they got ventilated. When they were giving out housing assistance, you didn't see Judicial Watch and Gertrude come showing up. Gertrude didn't show up with housing assistance. That shows you, for all the folks out there who give me money for housing because I can't keep up my payments right here. Well, you are out of touch and out of the loop. When it was just housing assistance, they didn't have nothing to say. When you switched it over to direct cash payments, wait a minute now. And here come the suspected white supremacists and their lawyers. Here they come. Robin Rue Simmons, chair of the Evanston Reparations Committee, said the lawsuit comes as no surprise and Evanston is prepared to defend this case. Quote, this is not just an attack on Evanston, Rue Simmons said in a statement to CNN. This is an attack on the movement for reparations. Yes, it is. This is an attack on the overall movement for the advancement of reparatory justice, racial equality, and civil rights. Okay, civil rights. Who the hell is civil? Who the hell is civil? Judicial Watch's lawsuit was filed on behalf of 6 people. They call that a class action. Filed on behalf of 6 people whose parents or grandparents lived in Evanston during the 50-year period the program covers, but do not identify as black or African American. Now, black folk getting shut out of everything is no problem. They found 6 people, y'all. 6. Talking about a class action lawsuit, they found 6. 6. Quote, at no point in the application process are persons in the first and second groups required to present evidence that they or their ancestors experienced housing discrimination or otherwise suffered harm because of an unlawful Evanston ordinance, policy or procedure, or some other unlawful act or series of acts by Evanston between 1919 and 1969, the lawsuit states. In effect, Evanston is using race as a proxy for having experienced discrimination during this time period. Now, you notice they didn't say that folks didn't experience it. They said, oh, well, they weren't required to present evidence. Now, I want you all to understand how you deal with slimy ass suspected white supremacist lawyers. They just sat here and told you, oh, well, all you got to do is present evidence now. Go ahead and present your documentation, and that's it. Then it'll be up to them to try to prove that it's not true. So thank you for opening that right there. So, hey, folks, just like us, when we talk about discrimination, when we talk about reparations, people, that's why all of us said those of us who come from our lineage, we're going to have to make sure that they qualify and have the documentation on that. And we're gonna get to that, but they're just letting you know right here that they already are giving in on that account. Don't worry, we're not gonna get ahead of ourselves here. Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton told CNN in an interview that he believes Evanston's reparations program is a brazen violation of the Constitution and federal law. Generally speaking, you can't treat people based on race and provide benefits to some and not others based on generalized complaints of historic racism, Fitton said. The courts frown upon it. No white supremacists frown upon it. They love discrimination when it benefits them, and they've always upheld it. A spokesperson for the city of Evanston previously told CNN officials will not comment on pending legislation, but will, quote, vehemently defend its reparations program. Justin Hansford, the commissioner for the National African American Reparations Commission, rejected Judicial Watch's interpretation of the legality of reparations programs. Now, listen to this next part. Jim Crow was based on race. Redlining was based on race. Housing discrimination was based on race. In all those situations, you had a community that was harmed because of race. So now when you're trying to give that community justice, you are going to naturally give it to that same group. He's making mistake after mistake after mistake right there. As I said, this is why you can't have some of the pointy-headed intellectuals involved. You have to have actual strategists who are dealing with this not based on emotion, but dealing on this on being smarter than the white supremacists and suspected white supremacists who are trying to go at you. Fitton said that it's possible he may file lawsuits against other reparations programs. So he's a lawyer with plenty of time on his hands. And by the way, there's nothing to sue for money-wise, so they're doing this pro bono. This is how dedicated. If we had a black judicial class, this never would have happened in the first place. We could have got all this knocked out back in the 60s. The Evanston lawsuit comes as states and cities across the country have formed commissions to explore how reparations can be distributed and who should receive them. The push for reparations and making Juneteenth a federal holiday gained momentum following the racial reckoning in the aftermath of George Floyd's murder in 2020. But 4 years later, reparations and other race-based programs such as internships and scholarships across the country are continuing to face roadblocks following the gutting of affirmative action. On Wednesday, the Oklahoma Supreme Court dismissed a lawsuit that argued that the remaining survivors of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre should be compensated by the city for damages, dealing a blow to their ongoing fight for reparations. Now, those were people who actually experienced discrimination. They actually lived to experience it. And the Oklahoma Supreme Court said, yeah, not you. Yeah, you're not covered by that anyway. Didn't give an explanation why. Just, hey, we're white and we say so. Didn't even try to give a judicial explanation. We're white and we say so. Case dismissed. You are in a race war, and the race war continues. It's not something that ended decades ago. Is a continuing criminal enterprise. Now, listen to this next part. Earlier this month, a federal appeals court blocked the black-owned venture capitalist firm Fearless Fund from awarding grants exclusively to black women entrepreneurs. They made a mistake there too, by the way. Now for the next paragraph. Some reparations leaders say they've taken a more race-neutral approach to their program with hopes of avoiding legal battles. Not hopes of avoiding it, but understanding what these folks have said. And it's like, okay, we found a method that doesn't rely on that. Camilla Moore, chair of California's Reparations Task Force, said her commission recommended the state's program be lineage-based. Now, who was it who told them that? Who was it who told them, no, you can't bring in immigrants? We don't bring in immigrants and latecomers because that's a poison pill that these other folks will use against us. They don't come from our lineage. They will argue that it's based on race. We said, nope, it's based on our lineage. The same thing you used to justify for the Japanese, for the Jews, and for the Native Americans. We found a lineage. You're not going to include these other folks with us because that's a poison pill meant to be able to derail us. We're not going to fall for that one. We're saying it based on our lineage. You've already set precedent for our lineage. So you don't have a legal leg to stand on to deny that for lineage. And that gives us the ability to ignore a Supreme Court if they don't adhere to their precedent and the law. So no, we're perfectly fine. We don't have to do this based on race, Gertrude. We don't have to do this based on race, Mildred. No, lineage works for us just fine. Go find all the white folks who were chattel slaves in the field, denied their rights to a personhood under the Constitution. Go round them up. Or better yet, go round up their descendants, the ones who the Constitution said were denied personhood. Go ahead. I won't say we'll wait because we ain't gonna wait around. But by the way, if you want to get them together with us, sure, bring them on over here. We'll include them. We'll include them. Sure, they can join it with us. Come on over here, all of you who can prove you were there. Yeah. Hey here, Mildred, I like this little thing now about that documentation. I sure do like it now, Gertrude. Yeah, we can go for that. Understand, those of us who've been out here and have been dealing with the devious white supremacist mind now for decades. Folks like Dr. Claude Anderson, we've been dealing with outmaneuvering them now for decades. You can't go on some emotional tirade telling yourself that they will say it's blackity black, and it's blackity black, and Jim Crow is on race and Red Line is on race and it's blackity black. Okay, that's not being strategic. I know you're being emotional. I know you want to talk in that way. That's not being strategic. People, I've taught you now going on decades here. White supremacy is about convincing you that whiteness doesn't exist. Remember, you're allowed to identify everything else in American society by race except whiteness. Whiteness is called American. It's the establishment. So it's become its own pronoun. It's become a euphemism. It's the name that you give to this overarching structure, so you don't get to say white, and they do not identify themselves as white. There isn't any group that says we're the white folks. The National Association of White Improvement, they learned decades ago, stop identifying yourselves as white. Stop saying you're white. Do not say you're white. When you did integration, the first thing they did is remove anything that said white. Do not identify as white. Operate as white. Behave as white. Get on code as white. React as white. Don't ever use that word. So that it makes it so much harder for them when they sit up here, they can point out the proof that you're all acting in concert, but then they'll play the word game. Well, we never said we were white. Hey, look here, Gertrude. We never said we was black. Never said we was black. So for black folk, I want you to understand, we can get together as black people, we can move as black people, but when it comes time for us to start acting, oh, no. No. In warfare, it's like, yeah, we brought camouflage for that. Yeah, we said it based on lineage, and we're defining that for you, so yeah, that's okay. We can skip that black thing this time. No, we're just going on lineage. And there's a reason why you haven't seen the same judicial reaction. I'm not saying that they never will try to take it on judicially, but it's going to be hard as hell to get that one to work. And they're already conceding it, so they're going after... They're going after some of the more clumsy people. No offense, Evanston. They're going after some of the more clumsy people and some of the more sloppy people who've got out there yelling black, 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 black. I've told you all before for decades now. I've told you all, do not go around talking about B1 and black first in public. Don't do that. When we have rallies and things, that's one thing. But at your job, don't. At your school, don't. At the bank, don't. When you walk in there on code. You walk in there on a mission. You don't go around wearing your ideology on the damn t-shirt. That's not a political rally. You there to get things done. When it's time to get things done, you check your ego at the door. So we're not here to sit up here and win the battle of slogans to say this is a win for black folk. Our job is to win our cases. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Our job is to put in place strategies that they can't knock down. That's what we're doing. And this is the proof of it right here. If they could go after our lineage-based movements, they would have done it. They're not doing it because they're trying to figure out how you can go after us and not everybody else. And you can't go after everybody else. They've already held it up. So you ain't got nothing to stand on, folks. Those of us who have outthought these white supremacists and these suspected white supremacists, we've had years of doing this. We anticipated their strategies. We're not pointy-headed intellectuals in some HBCU somewhere getting things wrong all the time and still drawing a check. We have to actually have results. That's why they had to start passing laws in places talking about local municipalities can't pass their own reparations legislation because they know, yeah, you found it. We found it. We found a method that works. We found one that you can't put through court and deny. We found one. We found out how to make it work. It needs to be confined to those of us who are the descendants of American slaves. It needs to be, or subject to that during that time period. That's who we're giving. That's who it needs to be for. That's who it applies to and who it's for. And we've articulated that's exactly what it is, based on a lineage. Well, there are no white people part of that lineage. That ain't our fault. This is not based on our race. This is based on the social status. This is our lineage. We are the descendants of it. This is based on a lineage. So I wanted you all to understand that. Yeah, I heard what you were saying there at the beginning. It's like, oh boy, what went wrong? Oh, we were ready for this. We were ready. That's why you can't talk to Cobra and the rest of the failures out there. Those of us over on our side over here, we were ready for people to make the argument that, oh, well, you can't do it based on race. We were ready for that. Dr. Claude Anderson been talking about it for decades. We've been ready for that. Don't lump us in with anybody else because we ain't with them. We were ready for this. It says here, some reparations leaders say they're taking a more race-neutral approach to their programs with hopes of avoiding legal battles. Camilla Moore, chair of California's Reparations Task Force, said her commission recommended the state's program be lineage-based, meaning residents who apply for it would have to provide proof that their ancestors were enslaved or free African Americans who lived in the U.S. prior to 1900. No, not this one right here. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. In 1900, no, you need to back that up. So no, that one, that's not good for me. But that you are the descendants of slaves, that one right there gets you where you want to go. That's the one that gets you where you want to go. Moore said the commission believes their lineage-based approach is constitutional. It's not a believe, it is. That's not to say there may still not be a challenge to lineage-based programs by these same groups, Moore said. But as lineage-based reparations advocates, we are confident in our position from a moral, ethical, and legal perspective. The task force has also recommended payments to residents based on the harm suffered from inequities such as housing segregation, mass incarceration, overpolicing, devaluation of black businesses, and health disparities. That one doesn't fly unless you link it to lineage. That one doesn't fly unless you link it to lineage. If you don't link it to the historical ills of slavery etched into law, That's why these other folks up here are saying, oh, government shouldn't get involved so we can practice the common law of white supremacy, so that there was no law that said to go after you. No, they just allowed the private citizens to weaponize themselves against you. So unless you can tie this to a law, it ain't gonna work. There's the problem with this one. Unless you can tie it to a law, it doesn't work. Mass incarceration, that's gonna bring in a whole lot more folk than black folk here, and them folks were guilty. Over policing, how do you prove that one? How do you even prove there's such a thing as over policing? How do you prove that? Devaluation of black businesses. Well, that one's understood, but you're going to need to get your documentation together. And health disparities. Once again, well, that's not limited. So, and you don't have it in law. And these other things here, you don't even have those in law except mass incarceration, but you don't have these in law. So if you don't come back to the lineage, and if it's not linked to slavery, you're going to have a hell of a time proving it. And those are really just red herrings that don't go anywhere, truth be told. Folks, we here have already anticipated what the counter arguments are going to be, what the legal strategies are going to be. We went back and looked for precedent, not just precedent in one place. That's why we kept track of the Native Americans, so-called Native Americans, the Jews, the Japanese. That's why we went through all of those and said, wait a minute, you gave reparations to them. And the arguments that you use for them, it's like, okay, by the way, we have one that applies to us too. It's just that up until this point, we were told that everything's race-based and let us give you affirmative action. We said, oh, that's not what y'all use for these other folks. You use lineage. All right, no problem. We found that too. Now we found where it applies to us. You damn right they worried about that. You damn right. In the chat room, Darlene, thank you very much for saying that, ma'am. When the phone line's open, I'm going to have you call in so you can explain that to us. So thank you very much for weighing in on that. When the phone line's open, you'll be required to call in so you can educate us all. Moving right along here. The task force the recommendations have been packaged in bills that are awaiting full approval by the California state legislature, she said. And then you got white Latinos in the California legislature. You got white Latinos out there doing exactly what we said. Okay, it's on race. So much for that minority coalition. So much for the minority coalition. In New York, Governor Hochul signed legislation in December to establish a reparations commission that would study the lingering effects of slavery in New York. Well, that's going to be helpful, I guess. That'll be helpful, I guess. More commissions in that regard. Establish a commission that would study the lingering effects of slavery on New York City residents and make recommendations of how the state could address, quote, long-standing inequities. So look for these so-called conservative legal groups who all of a sudden were quiet before. Look for them to get real noisy. Even in New York, they won't be so powerless anymore or so powerless acting. Jennifer Jones Austin, the member of the New York Commission and CEO of the Federation of Protestant Welfare Agencies, said they are looking to take a more holistic approach to reparations that may include individual payments, investment in black communities, and redressing laws to advance equity and equal opportunity for black people. Already messing up. Jones Austin said she expected there would be legal challenges to reparations efforts given all the recent attacks on policies and programs created to repair the harms black Americans have suffered. She said she worries New York could be targeted, but is confident the commission is doing everything possible to work within the law. If they're not listening to us and talking to us, it won't. It's just going to be set up for them to say, oh, well, we tried, couldn't get through. Oh, well, we tried, you can't get through. Quote, you have to make sure you're dotting your I's and crossing your T's in any work you do that is controversial, especially when it comes to money, Jones Austin said. Quote, it does make the work more challenging. Areva Martin, the civil rights lawyer and reparations advocate, said she was not surprised by the lawsuit against Evanston. Martin says she believes conservatives have been emboldened by the gutting of affirmative action and are using the decision to sue over race-based initiatives. If affirmative action is about black folk, why is this white woman sitting here? This white woman, obviously affirmative action doesn't affect white women. Obviously, affirmative action does not affect white women are not worried about losing affirmative action. Very clearly, they're not worried about it, obviously. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Quote, anybody would be naive to not be aware of these very calculated and very orchestrated and planned attacks, Martin said. But I want people to know, and what I want the message to be is that we are not going away. We are not going to shrink. We are not going to cower. We are not going to be intimidated. And I will add one more, and we're not going to be stopped. Want you all to understand that. We're not going to be stopped. These folks are worried. They have every right to be. They should be worried. They should be very worried. You've got folks here that you've been practicing white supremacy for decades, and we've been working on circumventing you now that whole time. So all the marbles ride on the economy, people. All the marbles ride on that. All the marbles ride on keeping this thing economically dominated. They understand what they're doing. And they know that we found a strategy that works. They understand that now. And that's why you see them get mobilized. You see them get mobilized. You see them getting active. You see them getting active legally. Because you're not going to be able to make that work. They're sitting up here now. They got, well, the Supreme Court say we'll go with it whatever way we want to here. It's like, okay, by the way, we've been waiting for you. Yeah, we knew you were going to try that. We've been waiting for you. We've been waiting. They're going to find that to be a whole lot more challenging than they thought it would be. For the folks who are out there, getting emotional and, they get in the office and they just say things and do things and they're not strategic and they want to sit up here and wave around a flag or get some attention for something as opposed to being effective. That's not us. That's not us. We're not trying to just wave flags and do things to get attention. We're doing these things to make stuff happen. Whole big different thing. But we were ready for this. We've been ready for this since day one. We've been ready for this since the beginning. We've been ready for this since the start of it. So I want you all to understand, I told you, they are not going to just sit back now. They are not going to just sit back. They're not going to just sit back and they're not going to just watch it. They're starting to get mobilized in the areas they think they can. And as I told you all, they're just stalling for time now. Now they're just stalling for time. Now they're just stalling for time and just hoping that they can forestall the inevitable. They're trying to fight back the tidal wave with a Dixie cup. They're not going to just up and disappear. And that's not what white supremacists do. They're going to try to switch strategies here. But they understand and they get it. They know they got a problem. They thought this was going to just be something that flared up and went away. Woke up one day and realized, I'll be damned, this is the new normal. Remember, I've been saying this since Trayvon Martin. They found out the hard way. This is the new normal. We have found a cause. We found a mission. We found a purpose, and we're not letting it go. So hell yeah, they're going to try the intimidation tactics. Let's see if we can forestall the inevitable. Let's see if we can do that. It's in their interest to do so. Let's see if we can do that. So we've had to be Black America's think tank. It is not enough to have some black lawyers out there because, as you've seen, most of your so-called black lawyers they're not very strategic in this regard. They should have been on top of this. Your black politicians are in the tank for the white supremacist politicians. They're in the tank for them. So this becomes a situation where we've had to devise the strategy on our own. We've had to do that ourselves. And as you can see, you got these cities and whatnot, and they're jumping up and doing things. But that's why I'm reminding you here. They're jumping up and doing things, but are they doing something strategic? Are they doing something that's actually effective and strategic, or are they just up doing something? There's where you reach your issue. They're up doing something. Want to show you something else here. There was another one here. I wanted to go into that because they were also talking about the same one, WTTW. They're talking about a new study examining Chicago's economic and racial disparities finds 72% of white families own homes compared to 34% of black families. Want to go ahead and show that to you from their report here on your screen. Let me go ahead and make sure I cite the source on that. The Color of Wealth in Chicago. They're the ones who released this study. The Color of Wealth in Chicago. Take a look on your screens there. You take a look on your screens at that. When it comes to business, housing, and total assets, business, housing, and total assets, when it comes to home ownership, take a look at that one. You telling me that that's natural selection? You trying to tell me that that's natural selection? Black folk own, 34% of black folks in Chicago own a home. 57% of Mexicans, illegals, foreign born, 57% of Mexicans own a home. U.S. born, 58%. So if you're white Latino, they got you taken care of across the board. Puerto Ricans, 50%. Whites, 72%. Now, if these other groups are victims of racism, explain the one you see at the bottom. Threatened with foreclosure or eviction in the last 3 years. Whites, 4%. Puerto Ricans, 9%. Mexicans, 9%. Mexican foreign born, 5%. Black, 19%. Now, if we're all in this together and we're all minorities here and that's all happening to all of us here, then explain to me how the hell that is. We have the lowest home ownership rate in Chicago and the highest rate of foreclosure and eviction. Last hired, first fired. That's for home ownership. When you take a look at median mortgage debt, take a look at that. For blacks, 76%. Mexicans, 76%. Mexicans, 70%. Puerto Rican, 80%. White, 67%. But when you got the least amount of homes that you own, that's a hell of a whole lot more significant for you. That's a whole lot more significant when you don't even own the homes. Let's go ahead and show you something else here from the same study here. This is in Chicago. Remember, just Evanston's like right outside Chicago. Take a look at here. Vehicle ownership and debt. You take a look at that and you take a look at what these folks have for that there. For black folk, 60%. Mexican, 83%. Mexican, 89%. Foreign, U.S. born. Puerto Rican, 79%. White, 88%. That's what they have there. And for liquid assets, well, you can take a look at that and see what you have available there. The numbers speak for themselves. The numbers speak for themselves. So it's not accidental when these things happen to us. It's planned. What I'm going to do here now, I'm going to go over here to Zoom because I have a guest that I've scheduled to show up over here on Zoom for me here. Let me go ahead and bring on our brother here, Craig Schley. You can go ahead and unmute yourself here, Craig. All right, Craig is Craig, you're running for the state assembly in New York, brother?
I am.
Okay, well, I wanted to go ahead and jump into that here. You're a friend of the channel, and I want to go ahead and get off into that there because if folks take a look at your campaign platform in particular, it was one thing in particular that caught my eye, which is that you got a particular focus toward the black residents in Harlem. You said that outright, no chaser. You said that in no uncertain terms. I wanted to see if I could get you to specify exactly why it is that you've come out speaking in that way.
Because that's my people. That's who I am. You know, you at least have to speak up for your own, for anyone can trust you to speak up for them. It's a natural thing to speak up for what you need, for your family, for where you're going, where you want to be. And in particular, in this district, the policies of our previous representative took us from 70,000 Black folks in Harlem to down to 61,000 in less than 10 years. And that's a problem. So you add that to what New York is going through. We experienced 154,000 people leave New York City for the same reason African Americans have left Harlem, because they can't afford it. So, you know, my policy is that no one should be forced out of their community. And that even applies to whomever has come here. And the issue has never been who comes in, but who's being forced out. And that's probably throughout the whole United States where so-called gentrification has been happening.
Now, you know, I've been to New York many times, been to Harlem many times here, and definitely when you see things like the encroachment by Columbia and so much of what's going on there. I mean, at this point right now, you know, it used to be you could leave Harlem and go up to Washington Heights. That's not safe anymore as far as pricing is concerned. It's pretty much, I mean, on the island of Manhattan now, I think it is the median rent there is like $4,000 or $5,000 on the island of Manhattan now, which is, for those of us out there, I'm in Louisiana. For those of the rest of us, that's just outrageous. That's just unreal. But that's exactly where you are right now. So, and we've always seen that as a plan to remove people from the city and exercise them out of the city. If that continues, Craig, what do you think will be the outcome if it's allowed to continue?
Well, first of all, I got to say, Jason Black, I'm a fan of your commentary, your style, and I support the content of most of, well, the content of your shows is right on point, and it's I like the brash knuckle approach to it, and I support it, and that's very much similar to my campaign. Now, regarding your question, I first want to give it context. I would like everyone in the United States, especially in the Black communities, to give context to gentrification in particular, because they want to remember it started flourishing right along in sync when the euro became in existence in the early 2000s. That's around when the gentrification started happening throughout this country. And that's when the euro was able to, for €1, you were able to purchase $2. So they were buying up property. The Europeans were buying up property throughout the United States, where developers couldn't sell to us; they could sell to them, and that helped the immigration process. That helped gentrify the communities, and just wanted to point that out. As far as the gentrification is concerned.
Very interesting you would say that there, because you know, New York has also been an epicenter for EB-5 activity. So the EB-5 visas that allow folks, you know, you have a lot of Asian folk there who buying citizenship basically, and they've made a place for them. In some cases, a lot of them in Harlem, they've made a place for them. So buying your way in is had government assistance in doing so. And meanwhile, sidelining us the rest of the way there. Before I go any further here, look, we've been talking about reparations tonight. I want you to go ahead and let everybody know what's your position on that.
Well, I think we need it. We got to have it, and we're going to have it. It's just a matter of how much effort we're going to put into it collectively. We have to do it as a people. I just want to be very clear. Lineage is correct. And my suggested way to eliminate any problems, you just simply say descendants of Africans enslaved by the United States. That would cover it. And if anyone ever starts saying, well, who, this, that, and the third, look, the minute we really start talking about reparations in a real concrete way, and we're on the brink of getting it, you'll see all types of documents come from the United States government being able to say, you know what? Yeah, we have to pay, but we don't have to pay them. We don't have to pay them. We only have to pay them because they have the archives. They have the records. They have the insurance policy. They have the bank policies. They have the names, all of that. They probably even have the names of people they threw overboard when they were coming here in the Middle Passage. So who would never be an issue. When we're moving forward, we just be very clear. Africans enslaved by the United States, descendants of Africans enslaved by the United States in their territories. Furthermore, I would say in 2020, I established a foundation for redress to remove the slavery clause within the 13th Amendment. Now, and why would I suggest that? Well, just imagine if we got everything we need as far as money is concerned and any type of property is concerned, healthcare and the psychological effects of it. If we got all that tomorrow, whatever that may look like, slavery will still be on the books in the United States. They could start ramping up the prison industrial complex, which is based upon the 13th Amendment exception clause. As long as you're convicted of a felony, you could be enslaved. So you want to get rid of slavery first, then you go after the actual slavery. Now, I want to add one other thing. It's an easier transition for this country in that, we don't care. I wouldn't care about who is for or against it. We're going to get it. But you also want to take into consideration the climate, the attitude, and you have to bring people along with this concept. It's much easier for people to grasp who know nothing about Africans enslaved in the United States to start the movement of removing that slavery clause, and then it makes it very easy to say, quite frankly, now we had slavery all this time, now it's time to pay.
What do you think of Governor Hochul's, what they're reporting about her maybe putting together a reparations commission?
Well, I really didn't pay that much mind. I didn't read up on it. I think commissions regarding slavery right now are passe. They are just something to buy time to appease the population. I don't think that's meaningful. If someone talked about a study to see the extent of damage and recompense that the state owes versus a study, then that's different. You want to always be targeted in your language and specific in why you're doing whatever study for. If you don't have a purpose for the study, you can study something ad nauseum and nothing ever be accomplished. And I don't think I believe if we do this properly, we won't have the problems that we think we would have. Because first of all, you were letting people know in the current new generation that slavery still exists in the United States. It's plain and simple does. It's in clear language. And a little thing I want African Americans to know about, there's nothing bad luck about 13. It was only bad luck to people in the United States when the 13th Amendment freed us or let us go.
That's definitely a good thing I want to have there as well. Now, before I go any further, because I do want to clarify something here, although I might do this in just a few minutes, because I've got a few things I want to ask you about, Craig, since I don't want to take up too much of your time because there's certain things I want to get to here. But for some individuals who might be a little slow in some of these areas here, I want to make sure we get them caught up. When you discuss about reparations, there's some folks here who have an issue, or at least they're having difficulty following some of the etymology here. So I want to give a moment to clear that up for them. You're very clear that it needs to be lineage-based. You're very clear that it draws back to those of us who were in slavery in America. So I want to make sure we're clear about that part right there.
Okay. Absolutely. First, I'm gonna use me as a study case. Both sides of my family can identify where we were enslaved. Luke Grady is North Carolina's first African-American state legislator after slavery. He was born in 1854, 10 years before the Emancipation Proclamation actually was put in effect. And he went from there to being a magistrate judge, and then a African American Episcopal Church, and that's my mother's grandfather. And right now, his church is a historical landmark. My child, and all of us would get paid because I am a direct descendant of an African American, descendant of an African enslaved by the United States. And even on my father's side, which that's where I got the Sly. My name is actually Craig Sly, not Schley. It's a German Jewish name, and the individual that enslaved my family is named Thomas Sly. He was a senator. And the oral history passed down on my father's side is that after slavery, the enslaved Africans that looked more white stayed here. The whiter ones went to Germany. And when I was running for Congress a couple of years back, someone actually called me a couple of times, introduced themselves, and they actually were the descendants of the enslavers. And they sent me a treatise on it. They identified where I was, and they actually had a lot of land, and they actually, believe it or not, donated to some of my campaigns. So again, both sides of my family, I would be beneficiary of any type of reparations simply because my blood was enslaved by the United States.
Now, there are some folks here, just to make sure, because the slow bus for some people here, like shut down in the chat room, the slow bus for shut down is puttering by his house. So I'm giving him a moment to run out there so he can go catch on to it there. Some folks are having a ADHD moment. No offense to them, I brought Ritalin. But for folks here, for example, when you say they're having a mental freeze about that, they're having a mental freeze about that part. As a matter of fact, I think it's kind of stupid to even address that. I think you've done a very good job about that as well. So what I want to know here is I want to talk about for economic development now, because that's a big, huge thing. If we're going to identify us as a voting bloc and say where we're deficient at, what do you see as some strategies that you would like to see employed on our behalf?
All right, first, in economic development, most cities have rezoning proposals that are actually postured as economic development, but there are structures that ultimately become developers' wet dream and our nightmare. So rezoning proposals are typically proposals that the city or municipality would implement to change the environment and structure, meaning if it's a residential area, we want to rezone it to bring in more buildings that could invite people with more money. And then when more money comes, they then start putting in businesses that more money typically needs. And so therefore you put things into a cycle. So here in this district where I have gotten much traction on, and I said, hey, listen, in 2008 to 2012, long before I was a lawyer, I organized a community and actually challenged and sued Mayor Bloomberg, every last city council member, which is 52, Amanda Burden, which is the planning commission, and basically for rezoning 124th Street, 5th Street, and 26th Street from Broadway to 2nd Avenue, 21 square blocks to build 30 of 5 or more 34-story high rises without people's knowledge. They was kicking them out. It was a due process issue. And typically, I just want everyone to know, these rezoning proposals are legislative processes. And so you can't enjoin a legislative process, meaning you can't sue them while the process is going through the makings and ultimately get before the city council or legislative body and prove it. However, I want people to know throughout the United States in these areas, there's always an exception, typically an exception. And I found, and you can research this in the New York Times cover, I found a 110-year law in the city charter that gives property owners a right to force city council to approve of this by not a simple majority of 51, but a much more difficult and high threshold of a 75% majority. We were winning on the merits, but we got frustrated because of the money. And a mistake I made is I didn't make enough small businesses pay because I raised the money outside of it. I was doing it for community. We held up $1.3 billion for 5 years. So why do I say that? You asked me about the economic piece, because people need to understand that those were developers' proposals. What I want first to make sure in this district, we have income targeted housing based upon the targeted income of people that live here over the census. And to couple that, to make sure we can live here, I thought of, and many other districts have done this, very similar to what Tyler Perry has done in Atlanta, Georgia, and what Hollywood has been doing for a while. I talked to the United States Chamber of Commerce and film and TV entertainment industry, and we're bringing federal grants here to people who live in this district to invest in film and TV entertainment in any area, from painting psych walls, janitors, or audio engineers. That's a $712 trillion industry worldwide. In the United States, it employed 820 million people between 2001 and 2003. So in Harlem, that's a beautiful thing. And I will close by saying, we also want to remember in our districts that throughout the Black community, entertainment is something we do. Don't shy from it. I mean, Louisiana made millions of it for years, and just understand, just to give you an idea of it, nothing is bought and sold in the United States without music. We should own that. No different than everyone else owns something they do naturally. And that's my piece, to bring income targeted housing and federal funds for entertainment industry for people that live in this district.
Well, certainly, you're absolutely right. That did do tremendous things for us here in Louisiana, at least before everybody else in the nation started doing it. We were the first ones. We're the ones who introduced the film tax credit, which was a great idea for us. And then we had no idea every other state would pass the legislation so fast. And next thing you know, that was gone. But you're absolutely true. That kind of legislation does work. It's done tremendous things for Atlanta. It has done absolutely for the state of Georgia. I think The Walking Dead was filmed there, and a bunch. I think there's number one spot for filming for a while. It even surpassed New York. Louisiana passed New York first, then Atlanta took it from us. So I don't know if New York's going to get back with how expensive it is. But I mean, that's a big crown to have on your head, to have more movies made there, more productions made there than New York City, who had been the king for so long. So you're absolutely right. That kind of thing certainly does work in that regard. Right. How do you prevent them, however? Because the real thing is, how do you prevent them from putting up roadblocks in order to steer that in our direction, though?
Well, they can try. But, if you heard anything about my history, I don't give up easily. I'm a contractor law clerk for the United States Department of Justice, the chief of assistant chief of healthcare fraud. I have law certs in arbitration, mediation, advanced dispute resolution, and problem solving. I'm a former adjunct lecturer at CUNY and of American government, a former fireman and IBEW electrician. I'm a blue collar man with a white collar education. I boxed for 13 years. I don't turn around easily. I dig in and I ride it out. We watched Trump push his agenda no matter what kind of circumstances he's in, no matter how guilty he may look. Matter of fact, he should have been arrested the day after January 6th. But That said, it just takes tenacity, relentlessness, and not caring what anyone else says or wants for this district, but we want the right thing, and you move forward. Now, technically, it's fixed in the actual proposal. The request that I made when I did my research to see if how to get federal funds for this, when I talked to the United States Chamber of Commerce Entertainment Division, they had to do a study. And this district qualifies as a distressed district, and it qualified for funding between 110th Street and 145th Street, roughly east to west. So the people that live here is already fixed in the proposal. And that's how you would see to it that they get it. And that's how you would make sure that other people aren't using it improperly, because any funds given to anyone by the state of any government has regulations, and you have to qualify for it. And to make sure you can keep it, you have to maintain the agreement that was made in order to actually receive the funds.
The biggest issue that I've had, and I'll deal with this here in just a few moments here, and I want to thank you for giving us a call tonight, because that's been the kind of thing we need to have here is advocates like yourself on this.
Thank you.
One of the biggest issues we've had is people not even being advocates for us. Oh. My bigger problem is not just whether or not, there is a law, a piece of legislation, injustice, or whatever. We've got politicians who will not even say the word black. We got politicians who won't even acknowledge our existence. They show it when they want to get a vote or something like that. But other than that, in between, regardless of legislation, are you even being an advocate on our behalf? You speak about Donald Trump. Say whatever you want to about him. He's always stood up for his constituency. He's always at least advocated for them. Doesn't matter what the legislation does. He is their spokesperson. And he's been consistent. At least their issue is being articulated. At least their issue is being stated in no uncertain terms. And that's been something, especially up there in New York, we've had struggles with. And I'm not really sure what constituency they think they're going after, but that's been an issue that we've struggled with there. So as far as that's concerned, I wanted to ask you about that. Are you afraid of the idea that you might be pigeonholed as being an advocate just for the black folk over there?
Well, first of all, I'm not afraid, but you have a large following. This is easily recorded and passed on. You haven't heard me use any other qualifiers for describing myself. I unequivocally identified as an African American whose family were enslaved by the United States. I haven't used people of color. I haven't used any type of other description to describe myself. And a matter of fact, I would refer to what Malcolm X said. He said, the day that we stand up for ourselves and we speak affirmatively and let people know really how we feel, we'll see that other people and other races join us and support us. Donald Trump, whether you like him or love him, he stands on something, and people follow strength. It's just the way it is. But I will tell you, there's two things that black folks should thank Trump for. You want to know what that is?
Right,
hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. One, he pulled the hoods off all the races. You got to see this country for what it is. And two, he turned the lights on all the roaches. His candidacy, or since he's been around, we started to see America for what it is. It went after Obama. We were talking about a race-blind society. We were talking about a society that no longer saw race. When he got back in the office, it was like, wake up, here we go. You got to see everything. So we would not be in this discussion, but for him. We were being rocked to sleep about the at that period of time, if you recall. So what I do like about Trump is he's forcing people to get off the fence and stand up. So getting back to your original question, what do I think about standing up for my people? I don't think there's any problem with it, because I don't think another human being that cares about another human being would never put them in a compromising position to deny themselves of who they are and what they are and where they're from, and to deny their people. That's a very natural thing, and I don't think anyone should be afraid of it. And I do believe here The support I've gotten in this district is because I've been frank, and my existence is not, cannot, and should never be a threat to anyone else just because I'm breathing and living in this skin.
I definitely agree with that. Why don't you go ahead and give us your, do you have a website, Craig?
Absolutely. And thank you, Jason, for asking me and giving me this opportunity. I would love you to go to Schley for Assembly. That is SCHLEYFORASSEMBLY.com. Schley for Assembly. And you see my website. You'll see this here come up. And the election, the last day for early voting is tomorrow here in New York City from 9 o'clock to 5. And the day of election is June 25th. We need as many bodies as possible. If anyone lives in the district, please join me. My number here is, let me see if you can read that. There it is. 212-653-8834. You can also see my link on Instagram, Craig Schley 70. And also, and hey, if you find what I'm saying is relevant, I would love any type of donation. And the only thing we turn down on this campaign is my collar. So thank you very much.
It's been no problem, Craig. Well, thank you very much for giving us for joining with us here again. I would look forward to speaking to you in the future and seeing you in the assembly.
I could say one thing though.
Yes, sir.
I could say one last thing to as far as representation here to everyone, no matter where I am or what I've done, and especially as it relates to getting into office. I cannot promise people that I will always be right in everything I say and do, but I will always be sincere. And I ask you to vote for me for New York State Assembly on June 25th.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll be in touch.
Thank you, sir.
Alrighty then.
Very glad to hear that. All right, folks. Well, now I'm glad we got that out of the way here. Shutdown needs to be on the phone lines. By the way, I've kept you all's pages open here. I can't wait to speak to you. Polo Styles, you are required to give me a call. So I'm waiting for you to get on the phone lines, and the phone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787. They've had plenty to say during the Zoom call there. So Polo Styles, you need to be on the line here. Darlene, you need to be on the line here as well. Tea Time with Tennille, Geechee Diamonds, FBA all day. Thank you very much. You are required to be on there as well. Desmond Griffin, looking forward to having your phone call here. And oh, by that, I do mean in the next couple of minutes, by the way. So we need to go ahead and get that taken care of here as well. By the way, I've got your pages up here. So folks, you will be given here a couple of minutes to be on the line for us. This will be a great discussion for us to have. Those are really the only folks I'm looking for right now. But by the way, everybody I just named there, and actually I may be adding a few more people to the list right here, might be necessary for me to go ahead and do that as well. We got to see about that. The Afronaut, never seen your name before, but since you decided to jump up out of nowhere and say something, the Lash Princess. Okay, I guess she's trying to get her esthetician license. Perfectly fine. I don't know. I might have you call up here as well, because like I say, here's the issue that we have when it comes to being on code. When you got folks, when the slow bus comes puttering along and whatnot, and they jump up trying to get attention as opposed to knowing things, that's kind of an important thing to have. That's really an important thing to have. It really, really is. And by the way, you know me, I love to be educated about these things, about the stuff that I don't get. So some folks need to enlighten me. They really need to enlighten me. I would really like to find out what I went wrong about in all this time. We all know what happens when you open up the phone lines. They usually thrill us with their mental acumen, but I would like to find out what we didn't get right all this time. FBA all day, you're not on the phone, sir, so it sounds like you're trolling. If I get the idea they're trolling, I love banning. people. So if you're not, you got 2 minutes. I'm waiting to see that area code. Let me get caller from area code 240. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's up, Jason? How you doing? This is Polo Styles from D.C.
Okay, sir. So you had some comments in the chat room there while our guest was speaking there. I would love for you to go ahead and educate me about that. Go.
I was just talking. I think I was getting at somebody else, or just talking to somebody else about Eric Adams and saving patients.
No, you didn't.
And I said something about.
Yeah, there you go. Y'all got to understand, they're not stand-up people. They're cowardly. Why don't you stand by your words, sir?
No, I'm not coward.
Why don't you stand by your words,
No,
sir?
I'm not coward at all. I said something about. I think we are indigenous people as well. So
okay, what is your point?
I think the African term is like a trick bag a little bit. The first people in America that was enslaved was indigenous people, indigenous and Native Americans. Even you go to some of the plantations in Louisiana, you will see names of indigenous people and the tribes that they were from. It's a trick bag because I think, like I said, it's indigenous people that were slaves as well as Africans as well.
I need a Sesame Street sound drop is what I need. Okay, sir, did you miss... I'm wondering here, I know sometimes sentences go on long and y'all just lose track. It's like, wait a minute, it was more than 2 words long. I can't keep up. Did you miss the part where the man clearly said the same thing we've always said, enslaved? Who does that constitute, sir?
Yeah, I heard him say enslaved, but he said African. Okay,
but clearly you heard the man say enslaved. Did you not hear that?
I heard enslaved Africans.
Okay, sir. Well, he said African enslaved. But by the way, are there any enslaved? Tell me who the other enslaved people are.
It's enslaved indigenous and enslaved Native Americans that was on this land before Africans even arrived.
Okay, sir. And when you're talking about a lineage, who are the enslaved people you're thinking of, sir?
When I think of enslaved, I'm thinking about Black Americans.
Okay. Were there any people who were not Black who were enslaved, sir?
Yeah, it was other people that I mean, you think of Native Americans and things like that. Some of us were Native Americans. Some of us were indigenous people as well.
Sir, will you please name, second time, please name for me the non-Black people who were designated to be slaves under the U.S. Constitution?
I don't have that. I know the
wow.
The
as I said, y'all cowards. Tell me the Constitution singled out anybody other than us. Tell me, sir. So you're telling me that you don't remember? You're not sure if the Constitution names someone other than us? Is that what you're telling everybody right now? You can't remember. You're not sure if the Constitution names someone other than us. It may have named someone other than us, Jason. Is that what you're trying to say right now?
No, I'm unsure.
So
you got me with that one, but I know that the very first slaves in North America was the Taino Indians. That's what I know.
Okay, sir.
The very first slaves.
Sir, what year was that?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
And yet all I can say is for all the grade school jackasses who went along with him, I just want you to know you all are with him. You're not with me. You're with him. We need to have intelligent people who can articulate these things, not a bunch of lead pipe babies throwing semantics and don't even know what they're talking about. You want to know why Evanston, Illinois is in the mess right now? Guys like this are leading in Evanston and going to get their asses kicked in court here in just a couple of months. You had your opportunity.
The very first slaves
sir, what year was that?
I think it was in the 1500s. That's all I know.
Okay, thank you. And when did the United States government become incorporated?
I don't know the exact year.
Get off my phone! You all 76. This is what the hell we gotta deal with. These are the lead pipe babies on the internet activists. That's them. People, for those of you who are like him, your mama was smoking the pipe back in the 90s and you've grown into these stunted growth individuals on the internet today. Here, let me get... Evanston, Illinois is in trouble today because you're trying to make a racial argument. Whether you like it or not, you're not going to be able to do that because the white folk are going to scream that's discrimination. That's why we came up with the lineage-based, because that's the one that works. But you're making the argument against the United States government. The United States government did not exist in 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue, you jackass! It didn't begin in the 1600s with Jamestown and some colonies, you moron! It wasn't there in Philadelphia. It was made in Philadelphia at the Constitutional Convention. It's not a thing, at the very least, it's not a thing until 1776. And in reality, it actually wasn't a thing until 2 years later, but you get the idea. We're not making a lawsuit against white folk. That one ain't gonna go nowhere. The reason our action is valid is because this government, the United States government, how many times have you heard me, Tariq, and every damn body else tell you, this is the same government that enslaved us. The same constitution that enslaved us is the same one we're under today, because the same government that enslaved us is still in existence today. The Jamestown colonies don't exist anymore. The Massachusetts colonies don't exist anymore. The Salem colonies don't exist anymore. Jamestown colonies don't exist. I already say that. They don't exist anymore. We're not filing a suit. We're not going after them. We're going after the government that existed then, which still exists now. So whoever the Native Americans were that Dipstick there is referring to, see if they can go dig up the folk who put them in slavery. You can only go after the ones who are still there. This is a failure of civics education. Folks sit around hitting the damn bong and then hop on the internet and make a straight ass of themselves. When we've actually got advocates, then niggas show they can't even follow the construction of a simple damn sentence. Oh, but then again, he's completely ignorant of history. I gave him the opportunity to tell us what he knew. He just sat there and told you. Did you hear that clown lying ass nigga sit up here and try to tell you that he wasn't sure if there was somebody else mentioned in the Constitution other than us? Did you hear that lying ass? Who in the hell is backing him? Did you hear his lying ass? That there's somebody else? I don't know, Jason. I can't remember. There might be somebody else. Now that sounds like a suspected white supremacist to me. All this time, I thought it was everybody knew. We're the only ones mentioned by name. We're the only ones they talked about. He said there might be somebody else. Yeah, y'all heard that when I pinned him down and said, who else is there other than us? I don't know. You don't know? Now, either you all think he's that stupid or he's lying. And got the nerve to sit in my damn chat room and sit up here and try to chip in on it? Are you for real? Mama was smoking that much crack and then doing that much heroin for real? It's like, bro, you still floating to this day? Folks, if you're going to say things like that, then you at least need to have some substantiation for saying it. He's naming some weird, wacky tribe that you all can't even find. And yet, next thing you know, and I say, okay, tell me about it. Then he just sits there and displays, you don't have a legal argument. Folks, didn't we cover this months and years ago that we're not making an argument before the American government? The American government started in 1776, ostensibly. It started in 1776. You can't make a claim before then because none of those governments are still in existence. This one is. This is the one who did it, and that's why we're going at them, because they're the ones who did it, and they are still here. That's what creates liability. We're supposed to, this is what I meant by when we go at James Clyburn, you can't be sitting up here stumbling over your damn feet and not sure what the damn argument is and what we talking about. There were no slaves who were not black, period. When you say enslave, you've really said it all. Where we've had to narrow it down even further is when you're talking to white folk there, because if they try to throw in the indentured servant thing, no. You were not enslaved. No, you're not. No, you're not. And not everyone who was enslaved was necessarily of African descent, technically speaking. No, but everybody who was of African descent in slavery, that was them. But then again, well, you've covered it when you said enslaved. He didn't exclude anybody. When you said enslaved, you've really said it all. We just try to go further just in case they try to wiggle out of it. We just go further. He's not excluding anything. If you like to get him back on, he's going to tell you the same damn thing. He didn't exclude anything, but some folks just want to be heard, and it was very, very clear. I'm saying this here because I saw some dunces sitting up here and telling me, African? Ooh, African. I'm not African. Nobody said you were. Now, where are the rest of them at? Because I want y'all to understand, we sit around, we need to have a real conversation. This is what I meant by some of that nigga babble. Some of y'all sit here and talk about the Hebrew Israelites and how they talk around in circles like Oswald Bates. And then you got some of them right here. And when I ask them questions, then they immediately show, by the way, they just want attention. Yeah, where are the rest of them? Where are they at? We waiting. We are waiting here. By the way, if they haven't given their area code, start banning them. If they have not given their area code, start banning them. Caller from area code 786. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is FBA All Day, and I'm calling from Miami, Florida.
Congratulations. How old are you, FBA All Day?
I am 42.
How many kids do you have?
I have one.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Miami?
Well, my family have been here since the early 1900s, but I've been here since 2003.
Okay, then you were not born and raised in Miami.
No, I was born and raised in Georgia.
There you go. All right. Well, ma'am, you had some choice comments also while our guest was on, so it's your opportunity to go ahead and enlighten all of us about it, please.
Well, actually, I kind of misspoke because I didn't really listen to everything. And then when I heard that he included the slave, I was like, oh, I shouldn't have, even made a comment. So I really don't have a problem with anything he said, and I really appreciate the fact that we have someone advocating for us.
Well, that's very nice to hear, because here's the issue that I have. I need some folks out there who are dealing with what Dr. John Henry Clark called the disease of ego starvation. We need to stop that. We got to stop that now. That when somebody sits up here and talks, y'all listen to half a damn sentence or half a word, and then y'all start chipping and talking. White folks show up and niggas sit with rapt attention. They hang on every word. Black folks start talking, and the first thing they want to do is sit up here and show, I ain't got to listen to them niggas. Now, that's disgraceful. Now, yes, it is. Yes, it is. I got your words, ma'am. I didn't tell you to call in because I didn't read what you said. Heifer, I read exactly what you said. I read your words. My mods didn't send that to me, ma'am. I read your words. I'm the one who told you to call in. Now, you want to start that debate with me so I can tell you what the hell you were saying, and you're going to try to pretend it was a misunderstanding? No, it's not. I read what you said. You ain't African.
And I also said that I did miss.
And what I'm saying is that you shouldn't have spoken. That man didn't say anything. He didn't say anything for you to object to. And if you did have an issue with that, you were supposed to ask for clarity. You didn't do that.
That's true.
If you had a problem with what you thought he might be saying, your job is supposed to be to ask for clarity. You damn sure do with them white folk when you go to work on Monday. Now, you don't do that with them. Y'all dot your I's and cross your T's and cross your legs if you can. But with black folk, here y'all go with that garbage. I didn't get on Kamala Harris's case because I was bored. Kamala Harris did the same thing over and over and over again. If all she had said was disproportionate impact, that would have been a different matter. She said that. Then she came back and said, you expect me to do something just for black people? No. Then she came back again. I don't think we can do nothing with reparations. Okay, that wasn't just one damn thing. She done clarified it. And then she dodged us. Craig ain't dodging none of us. This is what I mean by when we sit up here and say, we got folk who are sitting up here talking this here, and our representation and folks are sitting up here acting like asses about it and whatnot. At the very least, it's like, wait a minute, shouldn't we have some clarity on that? Nope, don't need to. Let me tell you what it means. Wait a minute. That's not even the case. Folks are sitting up here, y'all are acting and don't think. And what I'm saying is that's not a failure of our political class. This is the so-called community class here that is unstrategic as hell. Unstrategic as hell. Don't even know, they don't even know what they're objecting to. They're just waiting for an opportunity to be heard so they can start talking and don't even know what they're objecting to. There is nothing, listen to me, ma'am. There is, ma'am, be quiet. There is nothing wrong with being a person of African descent who was in slavery. There's nothing wrong with that. That is a historical designation. That does not mean that you are an African per se today. Nobody said that you were. But back then, you were an African. And you can't make a distinction beyond that. You're making a distinction today. You couldn't make one then. Well, there were some indigenous people. Absolutely true. Were they enslaved or were they not? Well, they were. Were they other than black? Show me the non-black people who were under the Constitution eligible for slavery. Oh, you can't find them because there weren't any. And as soon as the man says the obvious, what the hell? Furthermore, you don't want to get into the genealogical record of that. Thank you for at least acknowledging the obvious, ma'am. Folks, what I'm saying here is we get stuck on stupid. That's a problem, man. That's a damn problem. You got dumbasses sitting up here acting as if the man sat up here and said, this is for all Africans. Did you miss the part where he said enslaved? That's the lineage part of it. Well, there were some who were here who were indigenous. Okay, that doesn't rule them out. That's not excluding anybody. Were you enslaved? Yes, you were. I ain't no African. You're not very smart either. You had damn me Charles Rangel and friends up there who didn't say a damn word for us. They wouldn't even identify as black. I mean, I don't know if Charlie could, but they didn't even identify as black up there. Hillary Clinton came tap dancing through and here they go. They talked about gentrification, but they didn't talk about it as a black issue. Nothing, wouldn't even acknowledge that we damn well exist. The Congressional Black Caucus is sitting there in Washington and doesn't even acknowledge that black people exist. Talking around reparations. Take a look at how the rest, they get lockjaw and start stumbling. As soon as you say the word reparations, you find somebody who don't do that. All right, now let me see if I can be smarter than that. This is why we don't get so much done that could be, because as soon as somebody says something sensible, the back of the classroom crayon chewing kids jump up. Can I be seen? Look at me. Can I be seen? It is not for Africans. It's for enslaved people. And by the way, if you really want to get into that, the whole thing is, are we going to expand that for melanated people or not melanated? Because otherwise, are you going to tell me we're going to let in the Red Indians? You don't really want to know where that goes, people. You don't actually want to know where that goes. Maybe I do need to do a documentary informing people about the actual genetic lineage here in what you call North America. Maybe I do, because apparently there's a lot of folk out there who either got misinformation or you didn't understand what you actually heard. And considering the short attention spans I've seen tonight, it's probably the latter. Maybe I need to do a documentary explaining to you all about the river in the ocean. Maybe I need to explain to you all about the river in the ocean. Because apparently there's a lot of folks here are just completely dog-ass ignorant about how genetics works, period. Or maybe there's subscribers to the polygenetic theory. Maybe that's the case. EJK Boxing, you got 2 minutes to be on the phone line. What I'm saying is you got folks sitting up here, y'all talking like it's a religion. This isn't religion. You can't walk into a court or a legislature talking about, this is my belief system about what I hear right here. This is what I think. You have to have some actual facts. Y'all want to sit up here and criticize the Hebrew Israelites, and then you find out there's enough ignorant people sitting right here. You operate just the same. You don't have any facts. You don't have any knowledge. You don't have any proof. You don't have any documentation. You have a belief system. You have a belief system. You don't even know how we got here. And while it is possible that there were people who crossed the Bering Strait, you can't rule that one out necessarily. It's possible that there were people who did cross the Bering Strait. But the populations of what you call currently North and South America, actually, there was a quicker way to get here. For those of you who didn't know, and it wasn't space aliens dropping and depositing them. But that was a very long time ago, and we are a completely separate and distinct people now. And everyone should respect that, because even on the continent of Africa, Nigerians consider themselves to be a distinct and separate people from southern Africa. I'll roll with that. Knock yourselves out. That's the way that works. But no, people, we were not deposited here by UFO. It wasn't Mork and Mindy. We didn't spring out of the earth like Nimrod. It didn't happen. Apparently, some folks here think it did. No proof whatsoever. Some folks apparently think that people sprung out of the soil of North America or South America. So you don't believe in religion, but you believe that. Or at least you think that. Or at least you've left no other explanation other than that one. Folks got tongue-tied and stupid. They failed civics, they failed geology, they failed sociology, they failed social studies, they failed geography, they failed every single study here. They think is when we's African. I ain't no African. Well, no, of course you're not an African today. Of course you're not. I wasn't African then either. Sir, how does that work? Indigenous. What do you think indigenous means? What do you think that means? Lewis Bryant needs to call in. He's got 2 minutes or ban him. Whichever one. If he'd like to ask that question, he can ask me directly. He's got 2 minutes or he can leave. Call from area code 323. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, good evening, big brother Jason. This is
Wrong evening, Elijah. Give us a call back next week here. I want my folks who are on the phone lines here that we've told to call in. They need to be dropping their area codes here in the chat, everyone. Now, this is their opportunity to I read their comments, and that's why I took down their comments here. When you have them call up, it's like, wait a minute, shouldn't they be educating all of us now? They finally have an opportunity to call in, and it's like, okay, this should be very, very easy to do. Aesop's Inspirations is going to give us a call here in just a few moments. Go ahead and get their information here too. Let me put them to the side, by the way. If they agree with Vale, I definitely want you to give me a call. You have 2 minutes to be on the line here. So, by the way, if they haven't dropped their area codes here, we'll go ahead and see them out the door, because this is not the kick it spot for the crack babies sitting up here. We want attention. I'll give you attention for a few moments here. You won't like that. But by the way, if you're going to say something, you should be able to stand by that. So everybody else here who's on the lines on Blog Talk, if you were not in the chat room and made a comment, you need to hang up the phone. If you don't, I will hang it up for you. Caller from area code 813. Did you leave were you instructed to call in? Caller from area code 813. You're on live. Okay, caller from 813 apparently was not. Caller from area code 484. Were you instructed to call in?
Yes.
Okay, what was your name?
Darlene Banks. How are you?
Hello, Ms. Banks. Now, please educate us about the dollar is done.
Okay, I said the dollar is trash.
Uh-huh.
Hi, everybody in the chat. Hi, everybody in the chat.
Okay,
so now
tell me who in the financial system agrees with you.
I listen to other groups. I listen to white people talk on their shows and everything. So let me tell you something though before I tell you the names. You want me to give names?
Ma'am, I asked a simple question,
yeah.
And the first thing you did was start prattling on about I listened to other shows. Please tell me who in the financial system who actually deals with our commerce and dollar has confirmed for you that the dollar is trash.
Because they want us.
Okay, ma'am, I asked you to name them. Okay,
gold.
ma'am, I asked you to name who it is, ma'am. Name them who you got that from.
Dr. Kia. I don't know her last name. Dr. Kia. Do you know her?
No, I have no clue who that is. What financial institution does she work with?
Well, she's just like like you are. She's just on YouTube.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, this is what I mean right here. So you can't follow the construction of a simple sentence? I mean, how many times have I said this? Somebody in finance, ma'am, someone at a bank, someone at the Federal Reserve, somebody who works in the Treasury, someone who actually has control over the U.S. dollars who will confirm what you said.
No, she doesn't do that, no.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, so you heard this from somebody on the internet. You're not taking the things you're hearing from me. I didn't say this. The people in charge of the currency are saying. I'm telling you what they said, and what's coming out is true. So if you're going to say something like that, what you're doing is you're alarming people and scaring people and spreading disinformation and misinformation. And it's totally false. Just because your finances might not be in order, with all due respect, that doesn't mean the dollar is trash just because your finances might be. That doesn't qualify the dollar as trash, ma'am. Can you please tell me a currency that you think is not trash?
Silver and gold is not trash.
Why do you say that?
Because the dollar is going down, and they're saying other countries don't even want to bother with the U.S.
Who are the other countries that don't? Who are the other countries that don't?
I'm thinking like
you're thinking, so you don't know.
Saudi Arabia.
So you're thinking
Saudi Arabia, places like that.
Okay, let me explain a few things here to the dumbasses out there who are sitting up here wringing their hands about the petrodollar and talking about Saudi Arabia is going to trade oil and something in dollars. In case you all didn't know, Saudi Arabia has never traded oil strictly in dollars. This is basic ignorance about economics and the agreements that we made. Saudi Arabia has never traded oil strictly in dollars. They trade oil in pounds. They trade oil in francs. They trade oil in marks. They trade oil in euros. For those of you who did not know, the petrodollar is an agreement. It's not a currency. You all don't even know the basics. 1973, the petrodollar is an agreement. And the thing that you all are talking about from earlier this week, you can go take a look at clear value tax. He sat up here and said, for all you folks out there who are horribly misinformed, and he said, it's because you all just tune into the internet and you don't actually research anything. That agreement you all are talking about was with Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and Saudi Arabia. It was basically a trade accord. For those of you who did not know, oil is a commodity. It's traded on a global market of which Saudi Arabia is only one contributor. One.
Can I say something about commodity?
Saudi Arabia is not OPEC. There's a bunch of countries that are part of OPEC. Saudi Arabia is just one. Just one. And guess what? The United States is one of the world's leading oil producers too. And when we make oil in the U.S., it goes to the global market. It doesn't go down the street to your Exxon gas station. It goes to the global market. People who are completely ignorant of how these things even work, but telling us all that they're going to lecture us about what's actually happening. The dollar is like most other currencies in the world. It is held up by fiat, faith in the system. Ma'am, do you know any other fiat currencies?
No.
Every other one that you could name. China, Britain, Germany, France. Are you calling their currency trash too?
Well, if they have changed over to a different currency, like the gold and silver is going to be backed by, the money's going to be backed by gold and silver.
Okay, ma'am, what does that mean? What does that mean that the money is backed by gold and silver, and it's not gold and silver that backs a currency? You would only use one of those to back a currency.
Well, gold or silver then. Okay, gold or silver. So that means to me, now I'm not too good with this stuff, but to me, it sounds like we're talking about reparations. If it's going to be backed by gold and silver, they have found a lot of gold already that belongs to us because we were a commodity. So the money that did you ever hear this before, or am I, what? Have you heard this?
Let him talk, Jason. Let him talk. Let him babble and say stupid stuff.
Well,
go ahead and keep going, ma'am. Go ahead and keep explaining that, ma'am.
Okay, so now, being that we were, by our Social Security number, we were enslaved to other, oh gosh, Lord help mercy. We were a product. So the money that they got from all these other GMEI, I went on the GMEI site, typed the numbers in, and I saw Switzerland on my account, China. I saw all these places whoa. So the money that's owed to me, now this, don't hang up on me.
You saw Switzerland. You saw Switzerland on your account. This is the person who was in our chat room talking about the dollar is trash. You saw Switzerland on what account, ma'am? You saw Switzerland on what account?
GMEI. If you look up GMEI, you can go in there and see how much you've been.
What is GMEI, ma'am?
It's a corporation, I think, that keeps all our money. Look, you're gonna have people think I'm crazy and stuff. Anyway, being that white people think that they were enslaved.
Do y'all hear this?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
GMEI, that's the corporation. GMEI, that's the corporation that controls all our money. Where is GMEI, man? What does that acronym stand for? What does that acronym stand for?
I don't even know.
Wow.
I don't know, but look it up. Look it up. I'm like, why aren't people talking about gold and silver? We have to get gold and silver.
Okay, ma'am, why don't you have gold and silver?
I have a little bit of. Hey, you want me telling everything I have in my house?
Ma'am, why don't you have gold and silver?
I do have some gold and silver.
How much?
I'm not telling you how much, Jason.
Okay, what I'm saying is that do you have enough? Why is it you haven't traded in all your dollars for gold and silver? If the dollar is trash and we need to have gold, why don't you trade it all in?
The banks are not ready for that trading yet. They're not ready for that.
Okay, it doesn't matter about the banks. You said the banks are holding trash. You got the only real money, so why are you not getting rid of the trash so you can have it all in real money?
I'm collecting, okay? I'm collecting. I really like Jason,
Ma'am,
can I
okay,
hang up
ma'am,
now?
ma'am, it's time for you. Ma'am, it's time for you to
be.
be quiet. I don't think you're going to take the aluminum foil hat off your head long enough to learn anything. But it's time for you to be quiet and learn something here, folks. This is the basic type of ignorance that keeps black folk poor. When you have folks who sit around trading silliness and conspiracy theories and other gobbledygook. The reason that we got off of the gold standard is because our economy is too large to be limited by gold. Gold is a limited, finite material, and the world has only a limited amount of it. The world's economy exceeds that. For example, you have real property, but then again, we have something that we devised that we call intellectual property, which defies real estate, but in many cases is more valuable than real estate. Now, if we had a gold-backed economy that was you can only have as much money as you have gold, then you're going to limit how large your economy can be by definition, because what's backing the money would be limited. That's the reason that we moved over to a fiat system, which is the value that backs our dollar is faith in our economy. We are resourceful people. We build things. We're the best in the world at certain stuff, worst in the world at other things, obviously by this phone call, indicated by that. But so our economy is allowed to expand at the level of its productivity, and it's not limited by some rock in the ground. That's the reason it was smart to do that, and that's why everybody else has done it, and nobody's talking about doing what you're doing, except for some of the dunderheads on the internet talking about Muammar Gaddafi was going to make a currency and back it with gold. Garbage and nonsense. Lies and idiocy from people who never got their acts together. Now, I'll go ahead and give you one more thing right here. And by the way, hey, Charlie boy in the chat room, you got one more minute to be on my phone, or you're banned. Life is just that simple for you, brother. Do you know how much you would, if you had $1,000 in gold in 1979, if you had $1,000 in gold in 1985 versus $1,000 of Microsoft stock in 1985, which one do you think would be worth more today?
Hello?
Ma'am, that was a simple question. If you had $1,000 in gold in 1985 or $1,000 in Microsoft stock in 1985, which one do you think would be worth more today?
In 85. 85. I don't know.
Ma'am, you do know. If you had $1,000 of Microsoft stock, if you had $1,000 of Apple stock, if you had $1,000 of Amazon stock in 99, every single one of them would have flown by the value of gold as if gold was sitting still, because gold has been sitting still.
Yeah, it has.
What I'm saying is that, okay, you know so much about gold that you don't know that its value is basically stagnated along with silver. You don't know that.
No, I understand that.
That's my point. This is basic financial literacy. Basic economics, basic history. Basic. By the way, Charlie in the chat room, I don't know who the black was you referring to talking about being disrespectful. Tell me who the black person was. I'll wait. But in any case, ma'am, this is basic education. So when white folk go to these HBCUs, whatever community college you all went to, you don't even know about these things. You're talking about this stuff and don't even know. You don't even know the basics of why we got off those things. Then you all are going to say really stupid things. Well, what about the debt? Okay, the United States is a corporation. I'm a business owner. Any other business owner in here knows that we live on debt. Otherwise, we would be restricted to our expenditures only coming from the money that we have. We're not spending our money, we're spending other people's money. And we're keeping our money, the real wealth, in our pockets. The United States is such a gigantic enterprise that it has tens of trillions of dollars of value, and it borrows other people's money as it can, because that's the sign of a strong institution, is your ability not to just borrow money, but gigantic sums of it. Now, is the government maybe overborrowing? And I'm sure there's an argument to be made for that. But by the way, every business on the planet, the only profitable ones leverage debt. Amazon has debt. Apple has debt. AT&T, my God, has debt. Warner Brothers has debt. General Electric has debt. General Motors has debt. And you wouldn't say that any of those things were trash. Not a one. You would not declare any of those trash. So all the reasons that you've been listening to all of these know-nothing people whose finances are in shambles, by the way. The folk you're listening to are not wealthy people. They're not smart people. They can't turn $1 into $2. Hell, they can't hold the $1 they got. This is why the Asians and the whites up here and laugh when black folk come in the damn room, because you say things like this, and it's like, okay, if you really believe that the dollar was trash, you're a hypocrite or a liar or a fool or all three if you didn't get rid of all your dollars. You can't say the dollar is trash and then turn around and say, well, let me hold on to my dollars. Y'all are living in the parallel. Y'all need to just tell the truth. Hey, Jason, we've been financially miseducated. I'm helpless. I don't know what to do. I have no clue how to get out this financial hole I'm in. I've never been taught by my parents. I've never been educated on the basics. I am a stranger wandering around this American capitalist system. I don't know what credit is. I don't know how to fix my credit. I don't know how to store wealth. My parents never taught me. They were buffoons, idiots, and all the drug addicts, or maybe all the above. If y'all say that, then we can start helping you and fixing you. And when you finally let go of all these lies and myths, now we can start helping you. You got baby, hold on a second. You got a smoke detector that's chirping behind you right now.
What? You talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
You said what? I got a smoke what?
Your smoke detector.
No, it's not. You hear it? I don't hear it.
Okay, baby, I bet
being funny?
I bet she misses a lot. All right. Folks, this is basic economics. You all have been fed a bunch of misinformation over years, and the internet is where powerless people tend to gather together and start circulating their misinformation because they can get together in groups and they sound like they to each other, they all sound smart. They all sound smart to each other until they leave their little circles of ignorance and then go out in the real world. And then it gets terrible. It gets awful. And so they listen to some jackass tell them something about the petrodollar or the gold standard without ever telling them why we got off of it. Well, it was the Bilderbergs and this. No, it wasn't. It was basic economics. The same thing for you. The United States is living on signature loans. Now, that's a concept I'm sure you understand. A signature loan. That you went to a place and they loaned you money based on what they saw was your productivity and what you built and what you've done, and on basically what they see is your value of you as a person, Darlene. That's a signature loan. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? That's what the United States is doing. And Great Britain and Spain and France and Germany and China and Russia and Australia. And I'll be here all day naming all the other countries. That's how they deal with each other. They are nation states. And they're basically getting loans, basically from each other, by the way. And it's a signature loan. Mm-hmm. Now, how is that legitimate for you, but not for a nation? And you wouldn't want to be limited by how much money you have in the bank as far as what you could borrow. You wouldn't want that. Mm-hmm. You would want your value calculated as you as a person. Which your value as you as a person is much higher than what you may have in the bank.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So do you see why America left the gold standard and the silver standard, and even though it may be mismanaging at times, shifted to a fiat standard, which is where what's backing the dollar now is our entire nation. It's GDP, it's resourcefulness, it's intellectual properties, it's natural resources. That's what's backing the dollar now, not however much gold we can mine out of Kentucky. Mm-hmm. That was your smoke alarm, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense, Darlene?
Okay. Yes, it does. It makes more sense.
Okay.
It makes more sense.
Next time somebody,
I'm not going to listen.
Next time somebody tells you
little hat off now.
next time somebody tells you the dollar is trash, it's a very simple thing. Tell them, give me all your dollars and I'll give you gold. Very simple thing. Yeah, but you see how you just laughing right there? Yeah, because none of y'all will do that. If somebody came up to you and tell you, give me all your dollars and I'll give you gold, you'd be like, nigga, get your hands out of my pockets. That would be you. There you go.
Yep.
Thank you, Darlene. Thank you, Darlene. Jason, I ain't hear no smoke alarm. Okay, Jason, you sure you heard a smoke alarm? This is why they call me the authority. By the way, where's Charles? I don't see him up in here. Let me go ahead and get that together. I'm playing no games here tonight. Let me get that together. Understand something here. We having a teaching moment tonight. I'm holding class. We having a teaching moment. See, I don't like it here when you got folks who put in work and do things, and then all of a sudden somebody sits up here and wants to jump up because they want to be seen. I'm like, hey, we ain't got no time for that. A lot of you were raised on the internet, so you were raised by Alex Jones and other idiots. Alex got his ass sued to the tune of billions of dollars. That's how much his knowledge got him. And you sit up here and repeat them folks, and the reality is, if you just sit up here and say, hey, they don't know. Hey, brother, I don't know. I don't know a petrodollar from a petrochemical plant. I don't know a petrodollar from Petco. Call America 224. You're on live with the Black Channel. Were you instructed to call in? Okay. Well, we can at least take your number down for you. Oh, a little late for you to do that now. A little late for you to do that. So, you should have moved quicker. A little late for you to do that. Sounds like somebody needs a wellness check. Caller from area code 216. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
216?
Yes, that's you. Were you instructed to call in?
Yes. No, I wasn't.
Okay, well, you can call back next time here. Caller from area code 813. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jason Black, how you doing? This is Jeremy Gardner calling out of Tampa, Florida.
Okay, sir, were you instructed to call in?
I'll call back.
Okay, everybody who's on the line right now, I already said that. I only want the folks that we told to call in to call right now. If you were not told to call in, this isn't your moment. Call America code 832. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, Mr. Black. This is Aesop's Inspiration. How are you?
Hello, Aesop.
Hi. I was instructed to call in today.
Yes, ma'am. You already know why. I literally said your name earlier, so please enlighten us.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I was responding to, I think, Vale Wade, a comment that she made, and I just said that I had agreed with her. As far as my genealogy is concerned, I agreed with the comment that she made in reference to us being indigenous to America.
Define indigenous.
We were here before Christopher Columbus.
Okay, ma'am, that's not genetic, but that's not genetic, ma'am. But that's not genetic, ma'am. So let me try this one more time here. Strike one, ma'am. Define the indigenous people that you're referring to. How exactly did they get there?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question.
Wow.
Religiously speaking, I have my ideas on that.
Religious.
But I'm not going to go into that.
Okay, but ma'am, you have to be able to substantiate that. You can. Otherwise, what are you saying? That the indigenous people of America ended up here by a flying saucer? What exactly are you saying?
When all of the continents were together.
Okay, ma'am.
Before the drift.
Interesting.
Yes,
Pangea. It's not the drift, ma'am. You're referring to Pangea. Interesting. Can you please tell me how long ago Pangea existed? By the way, please remember, folks have Google. How long ago was it when Pangea existed?
That's a good question. I don't recall the year, but I know it was quite a while ago.
Quite a while. Can you give me? Can you narrow down how long ago quite a while was? What'd you say?
Thousands of years ago.
Okay, thousands of years ago. So would you say
Yes, sir.
5,000 years ago or 2,000?
Closer to 5.
Okay. But certainly less than 10.
Correct.
Okay. So what you're telling us is that human beings were on Pangea and that they were basically surfboarding on the continents when they began to break apart.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Something like that. That's a good way to put it.
All right. I just wanted to make sure we narrowed that down.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Aesop's Fables. This is the person who agreed with Valet and Valet's band. So this is the person who agreed with them. Jason, let him talk. Let him talk. Now you're just embarrassing her. I'm just embarrassing her by letting her talk. She just told you all that Pangea was here 5,000 years ago. 5,000. By the way, how old are the pyramids? What? So let me get this straight. The pyramids are older than Pangea? And she's saying that human beings were basically just surfboarding on the continents when they drifted apart. So do y'all hear that? She said Pangea was 2,000 to 5,000 years old, folks. That wasn't me talking. She said that. She said that. I agree with Valet. Okay, well, that says a whole lot about Valet now, doesn't it? It says a whole lot about them. So you listen to them, and this is what you think. All right. Jason, you be making them look silly. I'm making them look silly? I'm making them look silly. So it's not them, it's me doing it. It's me doing it. Y'all sat here and heard her. As soon as she said that, 2,000 years, y'all heard me stop and say, how long ago was that? 2,000. Okay, you sure? 2 to 5,000? Yeah. Certainly less than 10. I think so. Now, let me tell you about my heritage. All right. Okay. All right. The problem is that Jason's not letting them talk, isn't it? Okay, I'll let them talk right there. How many of y'all are picking up these nuggets of wisdom? How many of y'all are picking up these nuggets of wisdom here? Just wondering. I want to make sure y'all get it all. Okay, the problem is Jason, though. All right. Jason, he said African. Oh, I ain't trying to add that down. These are the folks who are going to. So I'm just saying, y'all, we supposed to listen to, this is what we're going to listen to? All I just had to do was ask him, by the way, what do you mean by indigenous? Call America code 708. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's your boy Yeshua calling from the planet Earth.
Okay, Yeshua, where at on planet Earth are you currently residing, sir?
Specifically, just outside, brother. I just want to say peace to you.
Okay, sir. Were you instructed to call in, sir?
I sure was.
Okay, sir. Then don't play no games about it here. What's your name in the chat room, sir?
My name is Yeshua.
Okay, I don't remember asking you to call in, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm touching bases, brother. Like I said, the Black Authority is Yeshua. Y'all have a blessed, safe night, man.
Okay, folks, they hitting the pipe and everything else. No, nigga, I didn't ask for you. Caller from area code 216. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Last try. Caller from area code 216. You're on live.
Kristen E. Johnson Howard, Elyria, Ohio, but hailing from Mobile, Pritchard, Alabama.
Okay, and were you instructed to call in?
I think that.
Okay, so let's slow down. Brake pedal. Were you asked to call in?
Yes, I was.
Okay, what is your name in the chat room that I asked to call in?
Christine Johnson Howard.
Okay. I don't remember asking you to call in, ma'am.
Okay. Well, how does that go, Jason? If you didn't tell me to call in, I just want to say you are the genuine article.
I'm glad to hear that.
And you do, and I have told everybody about you. And this is the first time. I normally don't send anything into Cash App or use a whole lot of technology, but you will be receiving some money from me.
I'm glad to hear that. Now slow down. Oh, slow down.
Yes.
Now, my mods are saying that I did tell you to call in. So somebody's lying here about whatever your name is in the chat room because I took all those down. Did you say that, were you the one, did you say in the chat room about you're an African?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, did you say you are one or you're not one?
I'm a Black American.
Okay.
I would say I'm a descendant African American.
Okay, you would say you are.
Yes, I am.
Okay, you do understand that lineage is not something you choose, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so why don't you? So, do you think that you are eligible for reparations for slavery in America?
Absolutely.
Based upon what?
Based upon my father, my grandmother, who was a slave, lived to be 115 years old. They are from West Africa. They worked from Alabama. We know Alabama very well known for the cotton and other things. So yes, definitely.
Okay, ma'am, that does not tell us where your people were from before then. Before there was the United States of America, where did they come from?
They were slaves taken out of West Africa.
Wow. So in other words, the people who were enslaved here were people of African descent.
Yes.
Now that does not make you a quote African, but it does make your claim based on people of African descent. You can't eliminate that. That is your claim. You're not making a claim for Africa. You're simply making a socioeconomic designation. I don't see how in the hell, then again with the public school system and y'all's at home teaching, maybe Jason's the problem here. I mean, I don't see how in the world they're sitting up here pretending that they can separate those things. Y'all take a look at how long we've had to do this right here for something that has been settled a whole lot. It's supposed to have been settled and obviously isn't. Do y'all see what the hell I'm talking about? Do you all see what I'm talking about? Instead of us moving ahead, we got folks here. Where your people from? Africa? But I ain't no African. Nobody said you were. No one said you were. But the basis of your claim, if you just want to get down to it and stuff, where they come from, okay, they came from Africa. We understand that they were brought here because of their race. And the ones who were enslaved here, if you want to call them indigenous, however you want to look into how they got here, they were not enslaved because they were standing here. They were enslaved because of their race. But that is not the argument. But that is not the argument that we are going to present to the governments. That is something for us to understand. In a just world, we would simply present that argument. And the fact that I have to say this out loud right here, this is the damn problem with too many stupid niggas today, is that this should already be settled and we don't have to say this out loud like this, but you want to go ahead and explain to everybody what the hell it is. Our job here is that they've already said that you're not going to be able to use that. Okay, well, we understand that. We found what works. The lineage does. And you have to plant you have to plant that lineage in a real place, not a religious, fictitious fabrication of your imagination.
I have no fictitious imagination. I am from African descent, enslaved by the USA, my ancestors. Okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
That is the point that he was making.
And I just want to let you know, Jason, I really appreciate everything that you're doing. It's a rough job. It's a tough job. It is a tough job that you're doing, because I understand, because when I picked up the 7 a.m., can't wait for the 8 a.m. because I have all the rest of them, like race war and gentrified. I have all of them. And I have told everyone about them. All I can say is this. I listen to you every time I get a chance, especially on Saturday and Sunday. And I started a group just so they could see all of these. It's at 7 a.m. because I had a business and still have a business. But anyway, make a long story short, you are, like I said, the genuine article. I don't know if anyone else that is so intelligent in terms of what has happened to African Americans, descendants of African Americans enslaved by the USA. Okay, so I admire you.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you calling in and clarifying that for us here. By the way, that Joshua fellow who called in there before, something fishy going on there. Something fishy. Folks are not wanting to say the names they had when they were in the chat room when I called them out there before, but in any case, folks, what I'm saying here is, do you understand? Do you see what in the hell is going on here? Do you see what's going on here? Instead of us just going ahead and getting to the point, do you see what's going on here? Caller area code 765. You're on live with the Black Channel. Were you asked to call in?
No, I was not.
Okay, well, you were not instructed to call in, but I'll let you go ahead and speak anyway. You got a minute?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
12 brothers from Indiana.
Okay. 12 brothers from where at in Indiana?
Do I have to tell my city?
Oh, absolutely not.
Well,
all right. You have a good evening. Jason, you rude! You can kiss my ass. For real, for real. You sure can. Folks. See, here's the issue. Here's the thing. The thing is that the internet is too damn cheap. The internet is not expensive enough. It is not expensive enough. They don't charge enough for people to get online. The internet is too damn cheap for people to be able to get on. If the internet were more expensive, then a whole lot of these people who need to be sitting on the street corner with a thistle begging for spare change would be where they're supposed to be. They wouldn't be among our circle. They wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be here. I wanted to do what I did here tonight because I wanted you all to see and hear that, by the way, you make a whole lot of assumptions about how smart you think the people are who say stuff like that are. And I'm like, by the way, if you ever had an opportunity to have them call up and listen to them, you wouldn't think that. You wouldn't think that. You read people's comments in your voice and you might be more articulate than them. Then they call in like, I believe we was here for PNG. I ain't no black and I ain't no African. No. Okay, what are you? I'm FBA. All right. I'm indigenous. When the indigenous people get here? Last year. How that happened? We was on Pangea. Pangea. Uh-huh. And yeah. How old was Pangea? Can you just tell me, just my records. How old is Pangea again? 2,000 years. 2,000. Uh-huh. You used a phrase, continental drift. I don't think you know what this phrase means. Just like the jackasses who don't know what petrodollar is. Some people don't like feeling stupid. Jason, you disrespecting folks. I'm not disrespecting you if you're stupid. If you're wrong. And then you're defiantly proud, got your chest poked out being wrong. Folks, do you know how long continental drift occurred? Do you understand how long continental drift occurred? It wasn't until World War II when we had submarines that saw evidence of continental drift. By the way, Neil deGrasse Tyson did a great video on this here a couple weeks ago. It wasn't until World War II. Do you all understand that? It's been less than 100 years since we confirmed continental drift. It was a theory. You took a look at the continents and they kind of looked like a puzzle. We didn't actually confirm continental drift until the last 80 years. In case you didn't know, we didn't actually confirm it. We didn't actually go down there and take a look. Now we've confirmed it. It's not something that can happen in a year or a century or a millennia or 100,000 years. That's something that takes literally millions of years for it to creep off like that. There was the breaking apart of the continents. Sure, they would crack like plates and then they would just start drifting apart. That's not thousands of years, that's millions of years. 2,000 years is the blink of an eye. And she's telling us about who the indigenous people are. And you heard what she said. The first thing she said, well, I have a religious explanation. Folks, so that was one of the people sitting up here as soon as Craig was talking. I ain't African. What are you? I was religious. Really? 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 Did you hear that? When I asked, okay, how did the indigenous people get here? And don't say a UFO. Well, I've got a religious explanation. This is what's in my chat room while Craig is talking. This is what's telling me I ain't African. This is. Sometimes I want Pepto. And other times I just want to whack my head into the microphone. It's just, this is what we're dealing with. This we dealing with. Do you see what the issue is if we get together? Don't feel bad for Elijah. That nigga been calling in every day this week. He'll be all right. If anybody will be all right, he'll be okay. Trust and believe that. He needs to be down at Walgreens buying some damn 9-volt batteries. What? So don't worry. I ain't worried about Elijah. He got something else he need to be doing on the weekend. Believe that. Last thing he needs to do is be on my phone. He needs to take a break. Catch one of them airplanes he's always on flying somewhere. He needs to catch one of them airplanes he's always flying on and get his ass down to Family Dollar and get some 9-volt batteries. That's his next flight. Next time he answers the phone is, call America 323. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? This is Brother Elijah calling you from Dollar Tree on the battery aisle. But I'm going to be like, about damn time. Now, he needs to catch one of them planes and parachute out. Parachute out at Family Dollar or someplace. So don't worry about Elijah. He gonna be okay. Believe me. Believe me. He got bigger issues. Far bigger issues. Believe me. I am not being insensitive. I'm looking out for his best interest right now. I'm looking out for his best interest. See, he in the chat room right damn now. He ain't nowhere near a store. Ma'am, do you see what I'm talking about? I feel like this is like that movie, What About Bob? You got rid of Bob. No, I didn't. He's right behind the damn curtain. You worrying about where Elijah? He right here. I feel sorry for Elijah. How? He right here. He ain't going nowhere. His ass need to be on the subway right now, going to go get some batteries. He ain't going. He's sitting right here with us. Grandmama sitting there in the middle of the living room floor, looking up at that damn smoke alarm, just watching the damn red light blink its way to death. It's just getting slower and slower and slower and weaker, like the eye on the Terminator. That thing is just blinking, getting weaker and blinked. Eventually that church gonna be like, sure. She gonna be like, in a minute now. And Elijah, he really gonna forget about it. He gonna be like, oh, I guess I fixed it and forgot about it. No, the thing is just all the way dead now. Oh, I didn't hear it no more. I thought she got up there and fixed it. Elijah, are you serious? The thing been blinking for, it's been chirping for a year. You thought she finally got up there? Really? Oh, big brother, I thought she got up there and changed it. Big brother, I didn't know. Big brother is, I thought she, y'all ain't talked about it, conferred, nothing. I thought it'd be all right. Jesus make a way. Don't worry about Elijah. Oh, my people. My people. Y'all, what am I going to do? All right, folks, slavefораssembly.com. Slavefораssembly.com. I got to take me a damn break. I really, really do. When we come back, I want to go over these other numbers here. When we come back. Oh, let me go ahead and do this.
Hello, my name is Steve Burgess, and I'm the author of this book, Guidelines for the Successful Student, a closer look at parenting your school-aged child. In this book, I've explained the role of the parent and the student in addition to what accommodations, procedures, rewards and consequences and expectations that need to be in place to ensure student success from primary to high school. This book is available on Amazon.com. For more information, please visit my link tree at Easy One-on-One, and to access my latest podcast, A Teaching Moment with Mr. B. Thank you all for listening.
A white supremacist assassin seeks revenge. Corrupt FBI agents with evil intentions. Dangerous black collaborators dedicated to treason. Occam Jeffers must defeat them all and somehow survive. One misstep and he's a dead man. Join Occam Jeffers as he looks the devil in his blue eyes and tells him, Black First. A sequel to the underground hit War of the Heart, Spirit of 1811 Publishing presents God Love Us, on sale at Amazon. Pre-order and save today. Visit spiritOf1811publishing.com and show your love.
Order yours today to experience all the benefits of Ash Kickin' Body Butter. With skin so smooth and soft, you'll thank us for it. Shop Ash Kickin' online. That's ASHKICKIN.com.
Hi, this is Brenda Starr, creator of Poetry with a Purpose and author of the book Pressed But Not Crushed. Pressed But Not Crushed is an anthology of political poems that address current and historical issues in American descendants of slave population and African American population. The book describes slavery and its residuals, Jim Crow segregation, social depredation, and other relevant issues to American descendants of slaves and African Americans, including the current political climate that does not address our issues.
We've grown up in a sea of white supremacy. I think that what
slavery did for us is it created this sense that the white man's ice is colder and that we want to have a seat at that table and not a seat at our own table.
At LSU, we never had a conversation about the business of sports, about the money that's made. They don't want to have that conversation because you have that conversation, that's what creates movements.
Most people are miserable. They're depressed. They hate their life. Why do people hate their life? Because they're doing things they hate. Because they feel like they're scared they can't pay a bill.
George Soros probably said it the best, and he said that when he was broke, nobody listened to him, but when he broke the banks over in Europe, he was able to start talking to the heads of state.
Are you listening? Is this thing on?
Let me tell you about the record industry. You walk into a major company, they got some of the prettiest women. You want some Perrier, you want some water. What do you need? Once they got you, it's just like that. What have you done for me lately?
A lot of those athletes in college, 99% of them will not make it to that high level NBA, WNBA, NFL.
If an artist is not a puppet, he's not going to be pulled to the top. It's the bottom line.
Friends is friends and business is business. Never intertwining.
We're back. And the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the Blackest Radio program in existence, the only one of its kind on planet Earth today. As always, you're welcome to join us. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program. Dr. Umar, Nancy King, thank you very much. Well, my man Cornell Slide, keeping the B1 family on code. Doing my best, brother. It ain't easy. Andrea. Oh, Andrea, that's Bay right there. She's saying thank you. I need somebody with some sense here. Chris King, thank you very much. My man W1 Chucky Woo, thanks for giving that work and completing our training. It pays to sit back and listen and learn. It also pays to be able to count. Thank you, Project Leroy. Thank you for tonight's teaching moment, some straightening. And to all the new channel members here, Elizabeth Delva, Jerome M., some of y'all here might be back here, though. They might have renewed their thing there. So thank you very much for joining us here tonight. We appreciate that. Javon the pilot. Hope we learned some things here in the meantime. Folks, understand something. The reason why we all respect and lionize Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing is they didn't make asses of themselves by getting up in front of the most preeminently qualified and trained scientists and academics on this planet and talking about their religion. You got to come with the facts and the figures and the demonstrable research and information. You got to have that. You got to have a fact system, not a belief system. This isn't the time for you to jump up because you want to be seen. Or I see a group of black folk over there. Ooh, let me go be heard. This ain't your moment. We got to have people who are on that time. You all know whenever we have a forum or something, when I have a film or whatever, there's somebody going, y'all know I usually let a Q&A happen after the films. And I know I've seen it happen. I saw it happen in person several times. It'll be somebody who jump up there and whatnot. Usually they'll be old. And hello, my name is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Mohammed. Flim Flam Alawala Bim Bam. From the People's Moorish Eastern Barnum and Bailey Science Circus Temple. Before I speak, I would like to thank Brother James Farad, Mihad, Honda, Nissan Maxima for supporting my work. We sitting there talking about gentrification. He done gone on thanking his friends and family for about 3 or 4 minutes like he's at the Grammys. And I know y'all be hating it. Trust me, I've been at a couple of my screenings now, and when I see that happen, when I see him stand up, I see the microphone heading this way, I be like wanting to jump up and say, hey y'all, I'm Jason, not this nigga. Y'all don't understand. I can see it when it's happening. I can see it. Y'all aren't the only ones. I've been there. I'm like, oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm like, I see him. He's like the third person back. He's standing all serious and looking all stern. I'm like, oh boy, he gonna be the one. Watch. Sure enough, you give him the microphone. And the problem is the American social order. See, we are not black people. We are not. We are not black people. That is not our determination. Okay, nigga. All right, whatever you selling, we buying. Now, where we going from here? Where we going from here is that we need to understand it is time to disengage from the system here and stop buying things at Christmas or some garbage. We need to boycott Christmas. Did this nigga really come all this way to tell us to boycott Christmas? That's the problem, brother. You are too entrenched in the system. And I'm asking myself, people, I'm asking myself, do you know any other? Could you imagine a group of Asians get together? Is there an Asian version of that? I wonder. I don't speak the languages. Maybe we need to go and record it and see if there's an Asian version of that somewhere. Do they start cringing when that little fella get up? Like, is a group of Asians, they get together to talk about how they trying to encroach on Chinatown? Like, when they get together, does that happen among them? How about among Jewish people at the synagogue? I know some of y'all go there and eavesdrop. Does that happen among Jewish people at the synagogue? All my folks in New York, do they got that little fella jump up? Yes, my name is Goldstein, Goldberg Goldstein. Yes, I would like to thank Rabbi, Sensei, Black Belt, Blue Belt, World Champion. Do they got that guy? Do they have that guy that when it's time to talk serious issues, he's standing up, he gets to rock the mic for 10 minutes? I would like to remind us that, as we have come, when we were out of Jerusalem and then to Egypt and then finally back to Jerusalem and, by way of this, does he get, do they have him gumming up the works? When they get together in a group, do they ever have that little fella waiting for everybody to talk so he gets to start speaking? Yes, we have been here as a Jewish people. How long we been here? 2,000 years. Man. How did y'all get here? We were here on Pangea. We had our surfboards. We kind of just rode it out as it was happening. We kind of just rode it out. Okay. That cat. I'm just saying, when they got serious stuff to take care of, does that dude get a microphone to speak? Is there some equivalent to him among they people? Asking for a friend? Have you ever heard any of them say, actually, we are not the Jewish people. We are not Jewish. We are not Semitic. We are actually the Israelites. And you cannot have power. The reason that Germany could get this because we keep mislabeling ourselves. We cannot be Jewish because that brings in the blacks and the Ethiopians. We are the original Israelites. Somebody show me a street corner in New York where that's going down. Show me where that's happening. Show me who that fella is. Surely there should be a video of him somewhere. We need to call ourselves by the correct name before we can establish ourselves and give ourselves autonomy and authority here in the American social order. We must stop calling ourselves Jews or Semitic people because that is mislabeling ourselves. We are Abrahamites. That is giving ourselves the correct designation in the global social order and distinguishing ourselves as a unique people. Where the hell is that fella? Maybe we need to get one. Y'all think we can find one so we can send him off to go gum up the works when other folks start talking? Some of you fellas sitting up here, you got Asian girlfriends. Y'all need to sit up here and kind of brainwash her a little bit so she can go and Bangkok babble at the next meeting down there in Chinatown so they can start cringing when she show up. She can show up and she'll be wearing her Shangsam. They see her sitting up here easing her way down the aisle. Oh, God. Here she come. She'll grab the microphone. Stop. Let me talk. Let me talk. This male messiah. Let me speak here on behalf of the original people of Genghis Khan and Kublai Khan. Oh, hell. Here we go. Stop calling yourselves Chinese. We are not Chinese. I ain't no Chinese. All right. I'm waiting for that one there. Waiting for that. All right. Gotta get out more, man. Gotta get out more. Been living in the bubble too damn long. Living in the bubble too damn long. We get together and the first thing that happens right here, the ADHD kids. That's why, Jason, why'd you do this tonight? Because we got to smack the ADHD kids down. They can't, I talked about this during the intelligence rant. They can't have a seat at the damn table anymore. They can back our play, but when serious discussion is going on, they got to shut the hell up. Nobody said we are Africans. Just because we're of African descent doesn't mean we are Africans. And that's okay. Nobody has denied African descent except the religious people who think that we were surfboard in Pangea or got dropped off here by Marvin the Martian. Now they dispute it. Or the fellow who thinks the United States government is 500 years old. Not 240. He thinks it's twice that old. So, okay. It's on North America, ain't it? Somebody get the civics book and teach this nigga. I ain't got time to clear this up. I don't have time to clear up the last 500 years of history for him. Somebody get some crayons and Reading Rainbow and some sock puppets and teach him something. I don't have time to stop him doing get him called up. I can't. I just can't. And it'd be different if they sat back and didn't say anything until they were sure. I mean, they interrupt every damn thing. Oh, you wrong. I ain't that. Okay. Wait now, he said African. I ain't no African. Where are you people from? West Africa. Okay, well, he didn't say that you're an African, but your ancestors who were, they were of African descent, but you're not claiming to be African. You're just basing your claim there. I mean, it's very simple. Plus, he said enslaved people. There was only one of those. So no matter how you want to split that hair, we got it covered. No! I ain't African! Okay. And then you ask them about their finances. Then you ask them about their life. Then you ask them what they're in charge of. Then you find out what their life really is. And it's like, I'll be damned. Your whole damn life's a train wreck. But you're going to get the rest of us straightened out? You don't know if you're a tenant, but you're telling us you ain't African. It's like, oh, I ain't African? You don't even know if you're a tenant here. Telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. By the way, I'm looking over here on the crowdfunding here for 8 a.m. Well, we've been rocking and rolling here for the Black Channel for like a week now. Take a look at where we are right now. Who's going to get us over 65 tonight? Who's going to get us over 65 tonight? I don't know. Maybe you make. Can I get some of those people who are sitting on their gold bullion? What? Can I get some of the folks sitting on their gold bullion to maybe do a little something? Can I do that? Some of the folks on their gold bullion, I figured I would ask them. They can get us straightened out since we don't. They can part with some of that trash. They can, if I can get some of them folks sitting on that gold bullion, hey, can you let go of some of that trash cash right quick? Can I get some of that? I'll give you my gold and you can hand me some of that trash cash you got. Let me hold that for a minute. Can I do that? Asking for a friend. Hey, y'all. Hey, send me some of them trash cash dollars. Let me help you clean up around the house. Man, can y'all imagine that? If you showed up at that damn house talking about, hey, I came over here to help you clean up. You all up under the couch cushions. You all up in the chest of drawers. And yeah, I'm helping you clean up. Oh, boy, I found a whole bunch of trash in your purse, baby. Look at all this trash you got in your purse. All these 1s and 5s and 10s, man, look here. Let me clean this up for you. He done put everything else on the dustpan, but keeping your dollars to the side. No. I'm going to send these off for recycling. Yeah, baby, I found a whole bunch of it's up under the bed. It's in between the couch cushions here. Oh, it's a whole bunch in your purse. Oh, it's over in your filing cabinet, baby. You got trash all over. Let me get this cleaned up for you. I bought a garbage bag with me, baby. I brought a garbage bag with me to clean up this trash. Ain't you glad you got me over here? Yes, sir. I'm going to go take this off so it can get recycled. I'm going to take this trash off your hands to go recycle this for you. Don't worry. No, baby. Don't worry. I'll go drive it myself. I'll drive it there myself. No, you ain't got to worry about that. I'll take it there myself. Is there a person in here gonna sign up? I'm gonna take your cash and I'm gonna bring you back some gold. Is there a person in here gonna do that one? Because if you are, Jason Black's residential cleaning service would like to schedule an appointment at your house. If there's anyone here who would like to make that deal, please email me your information. Jason Black's cleaning service would like to make a stop at your house. Oh, believe me, I'm going to clean all the trash out. Let me get that password for your bank account. What? Let me hold that password for your stock brokerage account. Damn! Oh, hey, Grandma, let me go ahead and take a look at that savings. Let me get that password to your savings account right quick from you. Auntie, chill. Let me hold that right quick. Let me hold that. Let me get that on out the way for you. You've been letting these folks abuse you and stiff you with all this trash cash money. Let me go ahead and get that out your way for you right quick. I'm gonna bring you some gold. You let me hold them dollars and I'm gonna bring you some gold. Let me clean out this bank account for you right quick. See, baby, you clean as a whistle. Look at all them zeros in your bank account now. Look at all them zeros. Baby, I cleaned it up good for you. Spick and span, baby. Your purse is so damn empty right now, you got plenty of room for all that gold I'm going to bring you. You got plenty of room in your purse now for all that gold I'm going to bring you. All that silver. Yeah, buddy. You ready now, baby. You primed and ready. All them folk had you one of the smart ones. You ain't bamboozled. The rest of them folks holding on to that trash. And you smart, though. All right. Call America 305. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, my name's Sean from Vero Beach.
All right, Sean from Vero Beach.
Okay.
Which Vero Beach, sir?
Vero Beach, Florida.
All right, Sean, what's on your mind?
We might as well get to it. I hear your discussions on and on and on again about reparations. Let's just cut to the chase. I know you're a very intelligent man, and you obviously know that giving reparations to 40 million black people in the United States would send this country into hyperinflation.
Boy, what in the hell's the matter with you?
Yep, that's fine. It's not possible. It's not logical. And you know, these crackers are not going to do it. So I'm asking you, what is the point? Not saying that we're not owed it. Not saying we're not deserving of it. What is the point in ongoing, keep asking for it over and over it again, and you know damn well they're not going to do it. Now, as we're talking about any other country in this world, America, these white people, they will stomp on every country that they can in order to get what they want. White supremacy is taking over, has been ruling this world for the past 200, 300, 400 years. It doesn't matter if it's the Anglos against the Russians. It doesn't matter if it's the Anglos against the Chinese. It doesn't matter if the Anglos against the Middle Easterns. They will do whatever they have to do in order to stay in power. Now, we as black people, we can never keep ongoing asking or begging. They're never just going to give it to us. We can only negotiate or operate from a position of power. The same reason why the Anglos are fighting with Russia right now, it doesn't matter. It's not even about white skin. It's just about power. The same reason why they're fighting with the Chinese. It doesn't matter why the same reason they're fighting with the Indians or they're fighting with the Middle Easterns, Saudi Arabia. I mean, obviously, you know what's going on with them, and they're switching from the petrodollar, and now they're negotiating with the Chinese. They're operating from a position of power. They're not just going to give up their power and just give it to black people. Black people we can't just ask them to give. No, we have to operate from a position of power. So what's the point in ongoing asking them, or begging, or saying, oh, well, we're not going to vote for you? That none of that is going to make anybody give us anything. So regardless if we are deserving of it, I'm not saying we're not deserving of it. Of course we are. We're deserving of a lot of things in this country. We've done a lot. We contributed more than enough for them to willingly give it to us, but they're not going to. So what is the point? And we'd be better off having a good discussion and using this channel every day to congregate black people and collaborating for us to get together and find a way for us to forcefully demand something than to be asking them to give us something. So that's just my question to you, please.
Okay. Let me find out a few things here first so I can properly answer your question. What do you do for a living?
See, now you want to get way off subject instead of
No, sir. No, sir. I'm answering your question, sir. What do you do for a living?
I'm a truck driver. You're right. I'm a truck driver.
How long have you been a truck driver?
For about 3 years now.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, I do.
Where are your people from originally? Because you're in Vero Beach, Florida, and that's not where your people are from. So where are your people from originally? And I'm talking about 150 years ago. Where were they back then?
I have Black Americans.
Come on out with it.
And I'm also... My father is Black American. The whole family is Black American. And yes, because I know that's where you're going with it. Yes, my mother's side is from the Caribbean. Yes. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yep.
Yeah, no wonder you have a negative view about it. You're not eligible.
Okay.
Yeah. No wonder he's negative on it about what y'all ain't gonna get. Yeah, folks, that didn't take terribly long. Okay, sir. First of all, I've already debunked you, but you know what? Why don't we go a little bit further? All right, let's talk about hyperinflation. Sir, I'm just curious. What is hyperinflation? You've posited yourself as some kind of expert on it, or at least that you have some knowledge of what it is. Why don't you educate us all about what hyperinflation is?
Oh, well, absolutely. Let's go down this road, because let's say,
sir, get to the telling us here. Define hyperinflation. Yeah, don't give us a story. What is its definition?
Sir, listen. Hold on. You see, now you're trying to get me wrapped up. Hold on. 40 million black people.
He doesn't know. 40 million. Okay, the short answer is he has no clue. Sir, what is the definition of hyperinflation last time?
I don't know the official definition of hyperinflation. Okay. What, you want me to look it up?
Now, he finished hitting the bong and some of that Haitian weed, and he called up to tell us that he's warning us about something he can't even define. Now, think about that for a few moments. He's trying to warn us about something he himself can't even define.
What do you want? You want the official Webster?
Okay, sir, no, you cannot tell us that you're going to warn us about something that you can't even define. You're just pulling terms out of your rump. That's all you're doing. That's what I just proved.
Obviously, it's when the dollar is, or any type of currency has devalued completely because there's money circulating in the economy. I mean,
wrong.
I don't know any other way.
Wrong.
There's just too many dollars circulating in the economy.
Wrong.
Is that wrong? Okay. Well, so what's the official definition of hyperinflation?
Now, folks, as I said here before, you got ignoramuses, folks who failed 5th grade, and they're jumping on microphones and talking with authority and confidence that he just knows so much. He didn't ask if hyperinflation would do it. He got up here and told us, this we're going to call hyperinflation. I'm like, interesting. Can you define for us what hyperinflation is? And he doesn't know.
I just assumed you wanted the specific definition of it or whatever. I don't know. I know exactly where you were going.
Folks, sir, be quiet. Sir, you asked a question. Sir, you asked a question. Now it is time to answer the question. Now that you finally admitted you don't actually know anything, why don't we go ahead and talk about what reality actually is? Yeah, you did. What reality actually is what you all call hyperinflation. The key word is not getting stuck on hyper. The key word is getting stuck on inflation, though you shouldn't get stuck on it either. All that means is a precipitous run-up in price. Right now, we have a period of what we call inflation. Now, during the Great Depression, that was different. That was actually deflation. But even in the period where you have, quote, too many dollars, well, that can inflate an economy, but you didn't have too many dollars for no reason. If you have too many dollars in circulation, there's a reason for it. However, that's one way that you could run up prices. Another way you can run up prices is what we call wage inflation. So when you start kicking up people's wages and turning up minimum wage, that's not just California, New York, and the private sector in general. Wage inflation is when you have a period of wacky economics like we have since the pandemic, and businesses are desperate to get workers. So in their attempt to lure people in, they do something they actually can't afford to do. They start shifting a disproportionate amount of the revenue towards labor, when in reality, labor shouldn't take up more than 25% of what the business spends, a third at most, and yet in some cases it could take up 50%. That's inflationary. Or if you have a commodity that a lot of people use, like oil, and for whatever reason, somebody either stifles supply or starts playing numbers with it, and then its price runs up for whatever reason. hyperinflation merely means a drastic run-up in price. There can be many causes, but that's all hyperinflation is. I say all it is. That's what hyperinflation is. Now that you all understand that, by the way, didn't I just cover this last night? Well, there's some jackass who called me before. Did I just cover this last night? Okay, repeat for those of you who missed the last program where I already explained this, but let's just have a fresher course on this. The world is already seeing nations that had their currencies tank precipitously. That's the reason why people prefer fiat currencies, not currencies backed by gold. Because in that case, you have something they can come take from you. Fiat currencies are actually more durable to that kind of thing because there's not gold reserves to come raid. Somebody can come bomb your country and take your gold reserves. Fiat currency, there's nothing to take except the natural resources. Germany had this happen after World War I and World War II. Same thing in Japan. The Soviet Union, when they collapsed. So the world has several different examples of fiat currency systems that collapsed. Hyperinflation. We've had several different examples. If what you were saying were an issue, then you wouldn't, in both cases, we had that both in Japan and Germany. They refer to both of them as economic miracles after World War II. That's only a miracle by a person who doesn't understand how economics work. All that happened after that period of, quote, hyperinflation was an economic reset, which literally was accomplished within 36 calendar months. Now, you don't know what a monetary and economic reset is. You have no clue what it is. So that's why this doesn't make sense to you. Now, I already explained this before, sir. Just listen. You've already shown how much you don't know. Why don't you just be quiet and listen? No, it's not. You shouldn't be sitting over there trying to have an opportunity to talk. You've already shown how ignorant you are. Why don't you just sit up and learn? Why don't you just accept that you don't know? You're incredibly uninformed, and it's just time for you to be quiet and learn.
But what I do know for a fact is,
wow, and he's still talking. And he's still talking. Sir, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you to be quiet one more time. If you don't silence yourself, I'm going to silence you for you, sir. Sir, I'm going to silence you. Sir, you're not going to talk over the host. If you will not silence your ignorant self, I will silence you. Now, that's what it's going to be. But you're not going to talk over the host. You're an idiot. You sound like one. You've already proven yourself to be one. And you're tapped into your feminine side, seeing if you can just ramble on, no matter how stupid you sound. If you just keep talking, you're going to bully your way into sounding smart. No, you won't. It's time for you to shut your pie hole and learn, since nobody ever taught you.
I'm the feminine one, but you're still going.
The United States spends $2 trillion a year on its defense budget. It actually spends more than that when you aggregate everything with the black budgets. You could literally simply cut the American defense budget in half and pay us for the next 30 years, and that would take care of everything they owe us without adding a dollar to the current budget. Now, how would that create hyperinflation?
Can I talk?
Tell me how that, what I just said, would create hyperinflation.
Okay. Well, first off, that's unrealistic. Yes.
Sir, explain to me how that equation creates hyperinflation last time, or I'm going to drop your call. Explain how that one creates hyperinflation.
I'm trying to respond. The United States is not the most prominent country in the world because there's white people over here in some countries. I'm not defending white people. I don't give a damn about white people.
Sir, how would cutting the defense, how would spending half the defense budget on our reparations create hyperinflation?
The United States is dominant because they have such a large defense budget. The same way any powerful country has a large defense budget. So you're saying, oh, well, just cut half of the defense budget. Just give it to black people. Now,
no, sir. I didn't say give it to black people. I didn't say give it to black people. I said the money is already there. Sir, I said the money. What I've substantiated is the money is already there in a way that would not cause any damage at all. So I proved that your hyperinflation lie is false. I just proved it.
Okay. Fine. Okay, America would just won't spend anything on it.
It's time for you to get your ignorant ass off the phone.
That's fine.
Sir, it's time for you to get your ignorant ass off the phone now.
That's fine.
It's time for you to go. Sir, it's time for you to get your ignorant ass off the phone. I already just proved you wrong. I answered all your questions. You're just a dope head who talks in circles. We already did that.
Okay. Yo, that's crazy. This guy.
No, I'm not being rude. He already admitted he doesn't know what hyperinflation is. He doesn't know how the economics work. And oh yeah, by the way, he's not even eligible. But he's here to talk for something that's not eligible. Then he's sitting there hoping it don't happen. I hope they don't. Okay, well, yeah. He doesn't know. Sir, what qualifies you to be an expert on hyperinflation? As a truck driver with 3 kids. And he's talking like he's some economics expert. You would never know that he's just some drug junkie sitting in his girlfriend's basement, hitting the bong, making things up as he goes along. You'd never know that with the confidence with which he spoke. Even though everything he said was false when he got started. And then all I had to do is ask him, by the way, what do you do for a living? I was a truck driver. You got any kids? 3. Okay, it doesn't sound like you're qualified to speak on this, but since you brought up hyperinflation, will you define it for us? I don't know what hyperinflation is, but I do know I hope you niggas don't get nothing. Okay, that's just getting down to the bottom line. That's just getting down to the bottom line. The bottom line is he hopes we won't get anything. These white folk ain't gonna give y'all nothing. Why? Because you're not eligible for anything. Just because you're not eligible doesn't mean we're not. Your very presence in our country is overcoming the odds of things they told us would never occur, and we got it done. Just because you come from places with defeatist attitudes, that don't mean we are. That's why you sitting over here eating off of us, because we don't get defeated like that. So he's hoping that doesn't happen. I hope y'all stay here with me. Hey, fella, if you figured out the problems where y'all come from and whatnot, you wouldn't be over here hating. You'd have it fixed. You would have it fixed. Instead of hating on ours, you'd be over there enjoying it where you were. You ain't got the heart to do it. It's not in you. You ain't built for that. You can't do it. It's not in you. White folk dominating you is what you're accustomed to. That you can live with. It's like, I understand that. That's something you can wrap your puny little brain around. It's what we do. You like, man, these niggas are supernatural. They can't do that. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, he was allowed too much time to talk. He was allowed way too much. But I wanted to show you all, in all of his babbling, did you all hear anything that made any economic sense? And then when you ask the right questions, oh, he doesn't make sense. He just is hoping we don't get it. I hope y'all don't get it. I'm not eligible for it, and I hope you don't get it either. These white folks ain't gonna give you nothing. How would you prevent hyperinflation? I showed you the money is already in the United States budget, and without causing hyperinflation right now, you could cut the defense budget in half, which basically you're gonna have to do, and you can do it now without causing hyperinflation. So what's your next excuse? Well, they ain't gonna do that. You said that giving it to us would cause hyperinflation. I just gave you the formula for giving it to us without causing hyperinflation. So it can happen. It can be done. Y'all niggas ain't gonna get it. Y'all ain't gonna get it. While he's sitting down there in Vera Beach in their little pork and beans housing. So, yeah, there you go. I just wanted to show y'all from the beginning that before I torched his points, I just wanted you to know, yeah, I could hear the accent on the phone. He's in Vera Beach, so that tells you, it's like, oh, you're immigrants to begin with. And the issue is not being immigrants. The issue is when you are sitting here targeting us to undermine us. Your job is whatever play we come up with, you're supposed to back that. That's your position, and you're supposed to play your position. Who the hell do you think you are trying to lead us? You're in no position to lead us. You ain't qualified. Nobody asked you to. You don't have a track record of winning anything. So you're not qualified to lead. Call America 908. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Name is Omar from Trenton.
Omar from Trenton. What's on your mind?
Hey, Jason, just wanted to let you know, I told you I was going to go to that Reparations Council for New Jersey. I didn't have your email, so I posted the actual council meeting on your Facebook, your Jason Bell Facebook account. I don't know if you got it. I posted it there. I just posted it there, so just in case you want to look at it, I couldn't send it to I didn't know other way to give it to you, so I sent it to your Facebook.
Okay.
So if you want to take a look at it. I went to the meeting, though. It was a pretty good meeting. Now, I think that New Jersey could be a good beachhead, a good start.
I don't.
For a
New Jersey's got a tremendous tax issue, so I'm not going to leave any stone unturned, and there isn't any state that should get a bill, but got to be careful about some of these places that got some screwed up things going on in that regard. So I know you're down in Trenton, which is, contrary to most of the other things, he's actually in the more civilized part over there and stuff, so he's not near some of the congestion things like what they're used to the closer you get to New York, but got to be careful about that Jersey area. I'm not saying that we're going to leave any stone unturned. That's not what's going to happen. But it would take a lot to convince me to start with New Jersey for anything. It would take a lot to convince me.
Well, I mean, the thing about New Jersey is one thing that it has that they can't say because of California. It was a slave state. It was notorious.
True. Yeah, New York, New Jersey, all in that area up there, yes, all those New England states and whatnot, they were heavy off in the game of slavery. Whole industries built on it. When you talk about stocks and bonds, whole industries built on it. Whole industries.
Yeah, but I just, if you want to take a look at it, because there were some brothers in there that I felt that they did go to the assembly. They did go to the legislature. And they went. I forgot the guy's name. Is Kaufman. I think he's maybe vice. I gotta look what his actual title was. They didn't really go through a task force only because they know how task forces are run, and they usually use that as a way of benching something. When they were asking about going through the task force process. They said,
is there an immigrant running that committee?
Here's the thing.
Okay, brother. Hey. That's a yes or no question. Is there an immigrant running that committee?
No, it's not. I won't say it's an immigrant running the committee, but they are on it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say they're not.
Because we getting word here in the chat that we're getting word in the chat that they on the committee trying to do what they do, and everybody eyes it. So
10 seconds. Well, they are asking for direct cash payment.
Yeah, but direct cash payments for whom?
Yeah, I know it can get a little. I will say this.
Okay, wow, y'all, he doing
the
a whole
argument. No,
brother,
let me explain. The
brother,
argument of
lineage whole lot of explaining.
did not come up. No, I know I'm explaining. The argument of lineage, yes, it did not come up. And that's the only issue that they have that California did have. They did want to go through lineage.
Okay, but my point is, if you're discussing reparations without it being centered on lineage, then you're just trying to give general payments to everyone, and that just becomes a enrichment program for the immigrants who didn't do anything. So that's the default is, any of us who are standing here, let's go ahead and collect a check. That they are not eligible. They did not suffer anything. They chose to come here after we did all the work. So if you're stop talking. If you are having a discussion about reparations that does not center lineage, then what you're saying is this is a racism check or a black payment, and that's not what we're interested in. So what I'm telling you is, by default, if you're discussing reparations as for black people, number one, that one won't work. But even if it did, by definition, you are dismissing the lineage argument, and that will be a method that they will use to remove us from it altogether. So that's the point I want you to understand.
They did.
When you say we're talking about reparations, but lineage didn't come up, you've already said everything.
They just didn't say it, but they did say it has to go to people that were enslaved through the process. But they never said lineage thing, and that's the only thing I'm kind of iffy about that, because, all right, y'all saying it has to go through those who were enslaved, but you're not saying lineage, so...
Yes, in that case, what you'll be... Okay, my point is,
this?
what it will boil... Sir, just listen, okay? Just listen. Obviously, you didn't listen to the first hour of the program. Just listen. I did the whole program tonight because they're already filing lawsuits around these things. If you let it become a race-based thing, the white supremacists are ready for that. So if you do not make it lineage-based, it doesn't matter what even if you could get them to pass something, the only reason they're passing it is so they can come back later and tell you, oh, well, the court struck it down. Get these niggas out of here. Well, we passed it. Court said you can't have it. Bye. And all you've really done, they're hoping that will kill the momentum. That's what they're hoping for. So you're putting a lot on this. They had a commission. Okay, they're going to have a lot of commissions. They're going to have a lot of commissions. They're going to have a lot of meetings. I'm not tripping on that, and I'm not getting stuck on it. I'm doing victory laps on that. The whole thing, and we had to do this in California too, is to make sure that we get the terms straight, that we are writing this. Because I'm not going to back something that I know has been pre-sabotaged in order to have us expend a lot of energy and a lot of time so that they're hoping that they wear us out and that our motivation will leave and the momentum will leave. That's what they're hoping to do. The very lawmakers doing that, including the black ones, listen to me, young man, they heard us the first time when we said lineage-based. They heard that. And when you got somebody who's not from our lineage on the commission, who put him there? Oh, the folks who don't want this to succeed. The Elizabeth Warrens and the Hillary Clintons and the Bernie Sanders, they don't want it to succeed. So then they go grab somebody that they know is going to sit there and that's going to be their front person, like a Karine Jean-Pierre. That's what they do. And then you spent 2 or 3 years, and even if you could get them to agree to something, here comes somebody to come along like a kid in a Godzilla suit to kick over all your blocks and talk about, oh, well, lawsuit, you can't have that, race-based. And what I'm telling you is, hey, bro, no. Right here, right now, intelligence is realizing when you're at a false start, not continuing to run and hope it transforms into a good start. You said everything you needed to say when you said, by the way, lineage-based has not come up yet, but we know that that's integral. You can't move forward without it. Then what are they moving forward for? So that they can tell you, well, we tried to do something. Everything they do, they come back telling us they tried. HR 40, remember? Oh, we tried. California, we tried. Every time we turn around, they do that. And what I'm saying is it's time for us to shut them down before they even get that far. Hey, we said lineage. You heard us the first time. This is not legit, and we're not going to sit here and play games with you. We said lineage-based. You heard that. Till we get that on there, there's nothing else to discuss. Understand something. You can have any reparations argument or platform you want to, long as it clarifies that it's lineage-based. I approve of whatever you're throwing. Now, that doesn't mean that's going to be the only thing I accept. But lineage-based, cash payments, after that, I approve of everything else you're saying. Cash payments without lineage-based is useless. Lineage-based without cash payments is pointless. So I'm very glad you showed up for it. I'm very glad you saw it. But you're also confirming what we were concerned about, that that's what's happening. So now you know where your efforts need to be. They're doing what they do. They're setting up the trick bag. Now you know where you need to go. I have a feeling that I know why you're having such trepidation about that. I have a feeling that I know why. This Haitian representative there, do you know who he is?
I don't know him personally.
Yeah, but you know who he is.
Yes.
Okay. Is he Democrat or Republican?
I don't know his political leanings. I would guess he would be Democrat.
Okay, but do you know his track record?
Not much. I have
not in depth, but do you know it in general? Is he one of these Candace Owens type people who's always off code?
From what I saw at the council, I would not call him a Candace Owens type.
I know. And that's the reason why you're shuffling your feet. You think you got an ally. That's the problem. And that's why you're shuffling your feet and I want y'all to understand, his heart's in the right place, but his mind isn't. He thinks, well, maybe this is somebody we can work with. And what I'm saying is, yeah, that's why you're doing that, because otherwise you think, well, maybe we can work with him. And what I'm telling you is, he's not doing that accidentally. He's not doing that on accident. That fellow's doing that on deliberately. And he needs to get the message that, yeah, you're here to deliver this for the descendants, not to try to gum up the works with your own agenda. You're here to deliver this for the descendants. That's what you're here to do. I don't know. I don't know what else he's done or what else he's been solid on. Maybe he has done some other things and maybe he's been solid on some other stuff. Yeah, but he ain't solid on this.
Yeah, I mean, I did want to talk and fill out most of the people that were on that council to see where their head is at. I just didn't get the chance to do so. It's I don't know. I feel that with the council, I feel their hearts are in the right place. You know, I feel that they do know the history, they do know where to attack, and they've already pointed out that the legislature already said to them, well, do you have to call it reparations though? And I'm like, what are we supposed to call it? They want to call it Black Lives Matter.
Okay, that's all very interesting here. Here's the issue: when white LGBT shows up, nobody talks to them like that. So no, we have to be unapologetic about this and whatnot. Look, every idea seems daring until somebody has the guts to say it out loud, and then stand on it. Then it becomes normalized, and then all of a sudden, this is new and shocking to their ears. Well, it isn't new and shocking to ours. Our job is to keep saying it and keep advocating for ourselves until it's no longer new and shocking. Guess what? Reparations is not new and shocking. So if these people are having trouble palating something that everybody else is on here, that's a personal issue. Our job is to keep saying it until they eventually get used to it. That's our job. Now, as far as the rest of the folk on the commission or whatever, here's my thing about it. Everybody's seen California. Everybody saw that, and everybody saw the agenda that was put forth. That, remember, I told you, when legislators look at things, they usually go by templates. Then they saw what happened in California. They've already seen it. If they saw what's happening in California and they're trying to tweak it or make changes to it, then what they're saying is, yeah, we saw that and we don't like that. As opposed to, okay, we saw this, let's see what we can do to get this through. Let's see what we can do to promote this. Now, by the way, when you say they want to change the name of it from reparations to Black Lives Matter, but this isn't a Black Lives issue. This is not a black issue, is it?
Well, that's what the government, when they went to take it to them, they wanted to change it to them, but they...
Yes, and I'm saying, okay, but I want you to understand, though, your job is to be able to recognize the trick bag in these things quickly. Sir, is this a black issue that we're pushing for?
This is a lineage-based issue.
And yet the folk you talked to told you they want to change it from reparations to black, knowing full well.
No,
can we?
It wasn't
sir,
a council. It was the government. That
yes, sir.
said
You just
they
said that.
wanted the government
Okay, I
legislature
just
from
said
New Jersey
that.
wanted to change it to a Black Lives
Sir,
Matter.
I just said that, sir. I just said that. You're not listening. They heard it the first time. We say reparations, and then they come back saying something that they know is not viable. They want you to change it to something they know, number one, is not focusing on who this is about in the first place, and number two, that they know is not viable. No. Well, Jason, that's not the commission that said that. It's the government. I heard you the first time, sir. And I'm explaining to you why that is, which is why you have got to be all the more strident and firm and uncompromising. Hey, these are the terms we've given and we ain't budging. Lineage-based. We don't even need to see the word black. I prefer if you don't. All I need to see is descendants of the American slaves. That's all I need to see. That's all I need to see. Right there. And if somebody is not simply saying that, then they already know what will fail and they're trying to rework it so that it doesn't work and it'll fail. So they can, as I said before, so they can come back later and say, oh, well, we tried it. Courts kicked it out. Y'all niggas get on. We gave it our best shot. And that will actually fool some people. It's not going to fool us over here. Our job is to make sure they don't even get that far. So what I'm saying is I'm glad you went. I'm glad you saw it. The characterization you were giving it there is far too optimistic. This is more of the same. Now, if you want to do something that could be useful in that regard, the real thing is, here's how these things work here, folks. What you want to do is you want to have, I'm not sure how many members are on the commission or whatever the case may be. You need to identify the ones who are on the same wavelength we're on. Those are the ones we need to be talking to. The ones who are on the same page we are. That they understand this is lineage-based, cash reparations. This is not for black people. This is for the descendants of the slaves. Period. Everybody else to the side. Now, if you can identify some folks who are solid on that ground, those are the ones we need to be talking to. Those are the ones we can interface with. Let them know we got their backs on that and that they are not to compromise and not to move. Their job is to get everybody else in the commission on board and let them know, hey, folks is watching us. They ain't going for the okie doke. They ain't going for the bait and switch. This is what it is. Now, I don't know how many members are on the commission there, but if you got 2 or 3 that you let know, hey, this is what it is, and it's this or nothing. Let me say that again. You tell them this is what it is, and we want, it's going to be this. Either you get out there and push for this or nothing. We support this or we ain't supporting anything. You're not going to have us support something else. We told you what we wanted. This was going to be. It's this or nothing. There's no reason to have a commission if you're going to try to change it. We told you what it is. This is non-negotiable. This is a deal breaker. This is it. And then you let them massage each other's feelings until they come around and say, okay, well, let's go ahead and do that. And then they're going to try to lowball you with the money they give you. But the bottom line is, at the very least, we need to make sure that the discussion is on the terms we said. I showed you all this article from CNN tonight to let y'all know, folks, I can't make it any more plain to you. Even CNN is saying, hey, if the message has gotten through, reparations are the agenda and lineage-based is the definition. I can't make it any more plain. So if you really want to make some headway on that, that's what you need to bring us. So since you're up there in that area and you're doing that, why don't you see about identifying who are the folks on the commission who are on the same page with us?
Okay. I can do that. I think I know where to start. I'll get on it.
Even if it's only 2 or 3 of them, then that's a start.
All right. I got you.
I want to hear back. I want to hear back from you. Thank you very much for giving us a call. You want strategy? I'll give you strategy here. If there's only 2 or 3 of them, okay, let's do that. The goal is to be advocates for ourselves. When they start talking about this, the goal is to show that we're advocates for ourselves. This is not some highlight video from Mike Tyson from 1985 just knocking people out in first round. That's not what it is. Our job is to first and foremost advocate for ourselves in no uncertain terms, say exactly what it is that we expect, exactly what it is that we need, exactly what it is it's going to be. That's what we're supposed to do. And we must, listen to me, everyone, we must be willing to get up and walk away from the table. Understand something. These politicians are looking to see if we just desperate and if we'll just sign up for anything. The whole point of telling them no, it's lineage-based or nothing, is to show them either you come to the table with the deal we said or we're getting up and walking away from the table. We are not going to sit here and make a bad deal. We came here to make a deal, but we didn't come to make a bad one. We're not so desperate that we're going to make any deal, good, bad, or otherwise. We came to make a deal, and if there is no deal on the table, we getting up and walking away from the table. We ain't going to just sit here with you while you try to wear us down and get us to finally accept something other than what we said. No, we get the deal we asked for, we getting up and walking. Folks are not used to exercising power. Y'all, they finally listening to us. Oh, they gave us a seat at the table. I don't give a damn about a seat at the table. I came to get the bag and resources from the table. I came to bring home the goods from the table. And if nobody's putting that up, all right, get on. I ain't trying to hear it. Oh, well, how can you win? We're going to get up and walk. Well, you can't negotiate if you get up and walk. Watch, people. Getting up from the negotiating table is a negotiating tactic. Getting up and walking away from the table is negotiating. You're showing the other side that if there is nothing on the table we want, we getting up and leaving. That is asserting yourself. That you show them, I am not going to just sit here and babble with you for weeks. This is what I said. Did you bring it to me today? No, we're leaving. Call us back when you figure out what you need to do right. Call us back when you figure it out. But I'm not, folks, why would I sit there at the table with them rambling on at me to not get what I want when I can get up and leave and not have what I want? I ain't got to sit here and look at his ass. I can leave and not get what I want. I ain't got to sit here with him explaining and making excuses for not giving me what I want. I can get up and leave and still get and not get what I want. I don't have to be here looking at him. Call America 773. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Demarius from Chicago.
All right, Demarius from Chicago. South side or west side?
The west side.
All right, what's on your mind?
Well, first, thank you for taking my call. I have two questions if the time allows. The first one is that they will cut the check. It's a guarantee. It's only a matter of time. But I want to ask, how do you envision each of us on an individual basis receiving our check? Do we have to go to the office and apply it physically and then prove our lineage with documented ancestry? Or do they already know where we all are and we will just receive our check in the mail expediently?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't work that way, but it'll definitely be a massive effort to validate everyone's claim. It'll definitely be a massive effort to do that. And look, you got a Social Security Administration, so the government's already got huge apparatus that are already used to dealing with massive numbers of people already. So, hell, your banks, your private banks deal with the same people. So, and they're the ones who actually do the databases for the government. So that part right there is not the issue. The real issue is you being able to validate that you are an American citizen and that this is your family and this is your lineage and this is what it goes back to and you have a legitimate claim. That's the only things that need to be there. Because, for example, if you want Social Security, yeah, that's automatically validated, but there are other things, that you have to sign up for and prove that you qualify. That's when you have class action lawsuits and whatnot. So we already have that kind of thing. Or if you have a driver's license, if you want to get a passport, you can't just walk up and say, hey, can I get a passport? like you're getting a token to get on the subway. So you already do you have a passport?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember the process you had to go through to get your passport?
I was actually in the Air Force at the time when I got my passport.
Okay, but the bottom line is you remember the process you had to go through to get your passport. You remember the process you had to go through to validate that you're eligible to be in the Air Force. So I'm just saying, like that. Just like you had to validate yourself to get your passport. Yeah, like that.
Okay, makes total sense. Second question, really quick, is that for those of us who may have trouble validating, say, each line in our family tree, I get most of my information from one website, Ancestry. I have a little bit of trouble validating names going back, say, the early 1800s to the mid 1800s. That's as far back as I can go, and I can trace back all of my family to North Carolina. Do you think I'm going to have some trouble validating with the government?
Well, the only thing you have to be able to do is to validate that your family goes back before the 1890 census, and that you can reasonably validate that they were slaves. There might be some ellipses somewhere in particular and stuff, but if you can validate the number one thing is to make sure that we're not talking to somebody whose family came here after that. That's the number one thing, is make sure you're not got somebody trying to be slick and, we immigrants, but we black too, ain't we? No. I'm a victim of racism. No. So can you validate your presence here before that census? Because if either you were in slavery or eligible for it, there'll be some ellipses there, but the real thing is, can you validate that you were here before that? Now,
I only have one.
Here's the thing that I take a look at. There are two. I want you all to understand where I come down on this. There are two things I come down on this about, because this is the way in which I deal with the question of, Jason, what if it's only one parent? In that case there, my whole thing is, how have you identified? So if you've been identifying as Hispanic, then you're not eligible. You don't get to come here when it's time to hand out, reparations, and then all of a sudden you black. No. If you've been living as a Hispanic, if you've been living as a Latino, if you've been living as a white person, well, you're not eligible for reparations. You've been living as one of them. So you see, I don't have to go back through your family tree then. It's like, so first and foremost, the folks who've been living is something else. If you've been living, if your social media, if voting records or something else shows you've been living as something else, you don't get to, remember, this is like piercing the corporate veil. Folks, I've got all that together. Your legal precedents, I got it all together. When we refer to piercing the corporate veil, you don't get to mix your personal finances with your business finances and then claim, if somebody comes after you legally, wait a minute now, you can only go after the business. No. You've been living as a sole proprietor. You don't get to jump up now and say, wait a minute, I'm a business. They separate when I want it to be. No. If you've been claiming Hispanic, you got to hold that. So there's my first thing, is this is a group of folk right there. It's like, y'all, we don't even have to look up your family tree. For everybody else, some of y'all might have some difficulty, but then again, look, this is going to be a massive effort. It's going to be a huge effort. I don't foresee you. I don't foresee you all having to do it. Any of us having to do it by ourselves necessarily. So it will be more organized as time goes on. You're going to find more information about it, especially when they're required to give it. But the bottom line is, in this case right now, if you can trace your family lineage back to the turn of the 20th century, that'll pretty much cover it. That'll pretty much cover it. Certainly, if you can trace it back before the 1890 census, at that point right there, you've pretty much covered it. As long as they're not folks who immigrated in later. That's the whole reason for going back to 1890. There won't be people who immigrated in later because they didn't allow it. At least that wasn't something that they really allowed in large numbers or anything like that. Everybody before then was eligible to be a slave.
Yes, that makes total sense. I only have one great grandparent who was Creole and Cajun, but everybody else was black, identified as black. As far as I can tell, as far back as I can go, they're all colored, Negro, classified as such, including myself. So it shouldn't be too hard for me. But thank you so much.
Here's my thing though. Let me clarify that too, because I'm from Louisiana also. I'm from Louisiana. So, we deal with a lot of that in this regard. I need folks to understand one thing. Yeah, you might be from a place that's had a lot of racism. Absolutely. For some folks, you might find out that your folks were not slaves. And you need to be prepared for that. You might have been operating under the assumption all these years that you came from slaves, and you might not have. There is that possibility that you go digging through the crates and you don't find that. I think the odds of it are remote. I think the odds of it are rather small, but do be prepared. Some of you should be prepared for that possibility that, yes, they go back a ways, but they may not have been. That the black folk might have showed up later. Right, so there are things to be aware of in that regard, because, like I say, for example, if they come from a French background or whatever and the black folk got mixed in later, got to be careful there. Got to be careful. So there's a possibility that there was some white folk there and the black folk got mixed in later, and you might have swerved around that. They might have just missed it. There will be cases like that. That is the entire purpose of us establishing your legitimacy. And it could be a difficult thing. You might have thought all this time that's what it was. Now, if that were the case, and I'm not saying it is for you, if it were the case, all that would mean is that you're not eligible for reparations. That does not dispute your blackness. That does not dispute your identity. And that does not dispute your experience. Simply because your lineage does not connect with ours at that point in time, that doesn't change where we are today. It simply changes your reparations claim. Other than that, it doesn't change anything. So there's my words of comfort in that regard. But I will tell you, just to be brutally honest, just want folks to understand, I'm answering your question. Yeah, I mean, if it turns out that we can't substantiate it, then yes, there is the real possibility that you would not be able to get one, that you would not be able to get, be able to make a claim. Yes, there is that possibility. We can't have, I'm just gonna be honest, folks, from a legal standpoint, you can't sit up here and say that folks can sit up here and you're gonna take their word for it that they qualify for reparations. We can't do that. We can't do that. We might as well go ahead and let the immigrants and everybody else in if that's what we're going to do. Folks are going to have to be able to substantiate it. It's going to be a work. It's going to take some work to it there. It's going to be a difficult thing. It's going to be, in a lot of cases, it's going to be, laborious and meticulous. It will be. But we got to validate it. And if we can't validate it, then we can't move forward. And I think it sucks. Certainly I do. It may be unjust. We're going to do as much as we can. We will do everything we can to prevent anybody from being left behind. This idea that we can find it for everybody, no, we can't. Because that's not the way that something like slavery works. When you got people who could be sold up the river. I'm from Louisiana. When you have some people who can be sold up the river as children, of course, you're going to have a situation where there are some folks we can't validate. They will be a small minority, but they're going to be there. But that is not a justification for us not proceeding. Even if we can't validate everyone, that is not a justification for not proceeding for the ones we can. And that's the way it is with everything. Japanese internment camps, Jewish Holocaust survivors. That's how it is for everybody. You can't validate 100% of them, but we got to validate you if we're going to give you compensation. And Dig. I'm convinced if you do, you're going to be able to substantiate it. I'm convinced.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you again for breaking that down. B1, even if I don't qualify, I'm still 100% supporter for reparations. But B1.
B1, brother, thank you for giving us a call tonight. Like I say here, folks, look, this is about justice, absolutely. And, you know, we're going to do the best we can. We're going to do the best we can. And in some cases, you know, it is heartbreaking to consider that there will be those who that it did happen to them, but that we can't substantiate it. Absolutely. And it's a damn shame. But let me tell you where the other side of that is. Enough of us will be able to qualify and get lifted up that those who didn't get what they're supposed to, they're finally going to be in proximity to folks who can do something for them in that regard too. Because we've always been on code. We've always been excellent about working with our people and lifting our people up if they're doing the right thing. We've never had a problem with that, ever. So I'm not even worried about that. I'm not even worried about that. Even if these diabolical demons did destroy your paperwork, your people getting it together, that's going to patch it up. There will be enough of us on code. We're going to patch that up. The whole reason for us doing this is not because we're trying to do it for self. We're trying to do it for everybody. When we come up, everybody going to come up. Please believe that. Because you're going to have no choice. You're not going to be able to work with them other folk. When we come up, everybody going to come up. Everybody going to come up. Not the Kamala Harris way neither. So trust and believe that. Trust and believe that. The American social order may have left you behind. Your people are not going to leave you behind. Trust and believe we're going to be there like we always have. The Panthers, the Nation of Islam. We got a record of that. Without the government's intervention, we do that on our own. We don't need anybody to corral us. We've got a long track record of doing that. This is what we do. No, I'm not the least bit worried about that. Not at all. Caller Mirror Code 469. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Thomas calling from Dallas, Texas.
All right, Thomas from Dallas. What's on your mind?
Jason, they not like us. I mean, that babbling tether from the Caribbeans, man. I mean, the way he was talking, and it's sad that they talk like that because it's jealousy, it's envy, it's hatred. And here's what next time a tether call in like that, ask that clown if CARICOM was to give Caribbeans reparations, would they receive it? Of course he would. He would drive his truck in the ocean getting out here to go get that check. They all lying. If they countries got reparations, it wouldn't be no Caribbeans in Florida. They would all leave and go get their check. So it's this jealousy for them to even envy to even call up here and try to act like we can't get reparations, which we will get reparations. And they're not built like us. That's why their countries look the way they look. I've been in the Caribbeans. Them niggas ain't fighting for nothing. They fighting to get up out of there. They putting their shoes on and they bouncing. Now, when you got a spirit like that, of course you're going to call in and sound like a babbling tether. And it's upsetting to hear even I see why Marcus Garvey left Jamaica and came to America to come over here with the real ones. If they don't start fighting for themselves, they're going to continue to be what they are, cowards. That's coward talk. Black Americans don't talk like that.
Well, I mean, here's the real thing, though, brother. You don't see us on any Twitter space, on any YouTube, anywhere, speaking against what anybody else, anywhere else is trying to do. Now, there's the difference.
Exactly.
Jamaica, talking about Queen Elizabeth, you didn't see not one of us showing up over there telling them about what they shouldn't be doing and what they ain't going to get and what they're not supposed to have. We don't ever do that. We never show up in these South Africans and talking about what they shouldn't be asking for and not getting, y'all gonna blow up the currency. The country got bigger issues. You've never seen us, y'all have never found a one of us popping up in their spots telling them, speaking one damn word on their agenda and what they got going and what they're trying to do. Not a one of us. They can't show it to you.
It's shameful, man.
This is why we made a distinction there, because it's like, wait a minute. Now we can talk about the white supremacy. We can talk about these other folks here too. We sitting over here talking amongst ourselves. We got our game plan together. We enacting our strategies, and you done come all the way over here. You could at the very least just keep your mouth closed. But you're like, no, I can't keep quiet about it. Let me tell y'all niggas ain't gonna get nowhere. Well, you're not even eligible. Yeah, but I came to tell you that even if it's not eligible, y'all ain't gonna. There's the problem right there, because if the roles were reversed, you and me at worst, we would be silent. That's the worst thing we would do, is be silent. We'd most likely be speaking up to back whatever play they got, even if their play is backwards and going in circles. But we most likely be backing whatever play they got. But that's the best thing we would do. The worst thing we could do is we would just be silent. But we would not be calling up anybody and telling them, man, look here, y'all Ethiopians need to quit. Y'all Zimbabweans need to quit with all that right there. Them white folks ain't gonna give y'all nothing. Y'all Kenyans need to stop with all that. Y'all South Africans, y'all need to be working with the white folk and let all that stuff go. Julius Malema, with all that talk you doing. You don't see us saying that.
At all. It's disrespectful. I mean, it's outright. It's blasphemy at this point. I mean, it makes a person sound like they're just idiots and evil at the same time, because I mean, I've never heard us say that about any of the Caribbean or Africans. Matter of fact, I want you to get your reparations, CARICOM. I hope you get your reparations. That's how we are built. Black Americans are built different. We encourage other people to get their money. Go get your bag, man, because we definitely gonna get ours.
Well, here's my thing about it here, and thank you very much for giving us a call here. In the chat room, our sister Neo Singeki in the chat room there, she's on the continent. She has done nothing but be supportive. Whatever our play is, she backing it. That's the way that's supposed to go down. That's the way that's supposed to happen. She has always backed our play. She has always been supportive. She ain't never talked down on it. She's like, whatever y'all rolling, I'm with it. Whatever it is. That's the way that's supposed to be. Whatever you doing, I'm down. That's what that's supposed to be. But I gotta say something in this regard, and even she'll acknowledge that. Some people might think I'm going too far when I say this. But this kind of brings us 720 degrees. Some folk might think I'm going too far when I say this. Have they changed? Maybe the realization we got to come to here is just acknowledging, after all these centuries, have they actually changed? Or are they the same people today that they were back then? There may be some exceptions to the group like Neo, but as a people, when you see that we're sitting here and we're handling our business, and here they come and they're not on our side, they on the side of the colonizers to this day, I think it begs asking the question, have they changed? After all this time, have they changed, or are they still the same? After all this time, are we dealing with a different group, or are we dealing with this? Are we still dealing with the same group? That they're still doing the same thing today that they were doing 200, 300 years ago. They still backstabbing. They still undermining. They still skullduggerous. They still treacherous and trees. Are we dealing with the same thing? Have they changed? Or is it just more of the same? I think it's a fair question. I don't know. If you're lucky, I'll leave it alone tonight. If you're lucky, I'll leave it alone tonight. If you're not lucky, I may come back tomorrow and we might have us a conversation about this. But I think it's a fair question to ask here after all this time. By the way, we shouldn't be seeing, in my opinion, we shouldn't be seeing any opposition. What the hell going on here? Because everybody's trying to tell us that things are different, but I'm like, sure does look and sound the same to me. We back in everybody else's play here and whatnot. They show up and we turn around, they undermining us. And it's like, wow, that all looks very familiar to me. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. Man, what am I doing here? What am I doing? Brief aside here. I want to thank everyone who's contributed to support tonight's program. Christina Johnson, thank you very much for your support here. My man, Mr. Richburg, as always, thank you very much for your support, brother, here. Mark B., Mr. Brown, everybody else here who's contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. We do this every weekend. We've been rocking for like a week straight now. I don't know. I'm thinking over whether I want to do it again next week because just so much happened this week. I didn't feel like I could leave it alone. So much happened this week. I was just like, could you all imagine if I tried to squeeze in Mark Lamont Hill and Steve Harvey and all that in tonight? Could you imagine what would have happened if I tried to just cram all that in tonight? So, but with that and Juneteenth and everything else, I just felt like we had to go ahead and do that. So I don't know. I might do it again next week. It just depends on how things go. But I want to thank all of you for tuning in. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support our crowdfunding here. We can get to 65, by the way. Can we get to 65? I want to see if we can do that. I want to thank all of you here as well. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you haven't been to our website, blackchannelfilms.com, go check out our documentaries, 7 a.m., Gentrified, Race War, all available on DVD and streaming at blackchannelfilms.com. And our newest documentary, 8 a.m., in production here now. The link to the crowdfunding is in the description. I want to see each and every one of you be a part of that as well. Can't wait for that as well. Hope we clarified a few things for you all here tonight. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program. Thank you for watching live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, black is the future and the future is uncompromising.